All right, it is 2:30, and we will start I guess this is a quarterly meeting of the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District Incorporated. We really need a catchy nickname for that.
Yeah, actually, did we verify who the chairperson is?
Yes, it's Mayor Davis.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure the right person was calling the meeting to order. I apologize.
Well, and I want to make sure at that last issue, election of officers, that we have a person to do it for next year. Roll, city, you do this for us too? All right, could you take roll call?
Trent Davis.
Here.
Tom Toll.
Here.
Carl Esping.
Here.
Carl Ryan.
Here.
Mike Hoppick.
Here.
Greg Linkowitz.
Here.
Bill Longbine.
Here. All right, first order of business is approval of minutes of our November 8th, was that really? I read them, but I'm just looking at the date now, it just seems
We
like a long
meet
time.
periodically at best.
Yeah. All right, is there a motion to approve the November 8th, 2021 minutes?
So moved.
And a second? Second. Moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussions, corrections, additions, omissions? None. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We'll now go to new business, and just looking at who's sitting in front of the mic, Ms. Pack.
I will start, and I'm
All
sure
right.
Martha will jump in. The first item on our new business is to review the 2022 budget and discuss the need for an amendment to that budget. We originally had budgeted an amount for publications, which after running our publications last year, we identified as not going to be enough. So the only item changing on the expenditure side of the 2022 budget to become amended is $1,050 for miscellaneous, which is to pay for the publications of the budgets. The previous amount was $670. That $1,050 will be split between the irrigators and the city based on their percentage of ownership of the water. So that brings our total expenditures for the 2022 amended budget to $134,339 from $132,953. Does anyone have any questions on that? And we'll hold a public hearing and send a notice just like we would on the regular budget. We'll just do it at the same time that we do the 2023 budget so that we can amend that.
Is the municipal contribution for other for 78015?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
would be in the. Is that
That
part and parcel?
78015 is the revenue that'll come from the city, so that's the portion that'll be applied to the city, and then the 270 will be applied to the irrigators, will be billed to the irrigators.
Okay, so that is that 1050 just
Yes.
split out.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
The O&M expenditures changed too in the
Oh.
red line.
You're right, we did get some updated numbers from the Corps. I don't know that they, let's see, I'll pull that out of my
I
little.
noticed the A&E expenditures was in red, but it was the same dollar amount, so I didn't.
The O&M share did go up just a little bit for both the city and the irrigators, but the A&E share did not. So that'll increase just a little bit as well. Sorry, I missed that one. And that's based on updated numbers from the water district.
So the A&E expenditure will go up a little, or?
The O&M,
So the A&E just happens to be in red, but could have been left in black?
yes.
Okay.
And last Friday, we got some additional numbers from the Kansas Water Office. We've been discussing these costs for some time, and they're going to change a few dollars based on what I got last Friday. I hope to have it by Thursday in time to put in your packet, but it came late. So, but it's not large dollars, and they're projecting further down the road, and there's probably some discussion we'll have with them as we get a little farther along and get numbers. They calculate for 2024, they use 2022 costs, so they're always a couple of years behind in their calculation. So we're just getting some new numbers as we're working through our budget process, so they might change a few dollars yet.
So we haven't paid for the work they did last year then? Okay.
That would be correct. We're 2 years behind.
Okay.
And then moving on to the 2023 budget, you can see that the, sorry, I got to get my piece of paper on the right line. The municipal's O&M share is going from 43,000 to 51,000. The district's O&M share is going from 17,000 to almost 21,000. The municipal's A&E share is going from almost 13,000 to about 13.5. And then the irrigator's A&E is going from about 5,200 to 5,500. And then we've pushed through those same costs for the publication from the 2022 amended budget. So that leaves a total of expenditures of 146,065 in '23. And there again, those numbers come from the water district, other than the publication.
And the reason for the increases, just, I mean, not that, but is there an explanation why those are going up?
Well, let Martha-
I guess if I'm going to vote on something, I'd kind of like to know why they're increasing.
Well, we're getting some information for what's out in the future. The current work, they've done a lot of work over at the Canopolis Lake on their intake structure and such, and that's kind of the costs that we're paying for now. We still have that discussion going back to the work that wasn't performed properly, and they had to rework and some additional costs, so we haven't got a final answer on any changes for that, but that work's there. And they have developed a list of work that they plan to do over the next few years, but it hasn't been completely flushed out. They're just starting to put their work order together, so most of the work that we're paying for now has to do with the structure, the outlet structure and their gates at it.
Okay.
Then moving on to 2024, while the numbers that we're receiving from the water office do indicate that those numbers are going down, Martha and I had this discussion that because of where we are today and the numbers have been moving so much, we're not adopting a 2024 budget at this point. It's just informational. So we're going to leave that column like it is in 2023, just in anticipation that those numbers will change. But the only thing that we'll be voting on at our next meeting is the amended budget for 2022 and the proposed budget for 2023. And I know the irrigators will look at those 2024 numbers because they bill a little bit ahead of us when they're trying to collect their fees from their participants. So that's why we kind of provide that extra year out there.
Okay. Any
Questions or
Question?
comments from you all?
No, not, I don't have it until you guys start asking.
Just a quick comment. You made we look at our budget 2 years out, and we are looking at an unknown,
Yes.
completely unknown. And that makes it difficult with the way agriculture is happening right now. So we'll just leave that alone with that, too.
Right.
You all collect just in the year. You don't collect more than a year in advance, though, do you?
2 years
Two-
ahead.
So you actually try to collect 2 years in advance?
Yeah, we do.
We will submit to the county payroll, or county treasurer for '24 in August. And that will go on, and our tax rolls then.
Okay. So how difficult for it is for you to come back and amend or collect more money when you find out the numbers weren't right?
Basically, would go to the next year, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't it go to the next year to collect that?
The assessments that we give in August, like I said, is a 2-year advance, so we do have a cushion. But when we find out the 2024 actual, we'll have to go to 2025 to make up that difference, if there is a difference, upwards or down. And that's the difficult part.
Okay.
We made this agreement, 5-6 years ago?
Right.
About the 2-year advance, which given us some of this, but it's still hard to understand.
If someone were to stop irrigating during that 2 years, are they still liable for that increase in it? Okay.
Yeah, there's safeguards there.
Okay.
Has to be.
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to briefly follow up on Carl's and Debbie's point that that process, which we were fortunate that the irrigators group was willing to put into place, is important in the way the whole system works and is a function of the base agreement. Inasmuch as the access district is ultimately responsible to the Kansas Water Office for these charges, and the process under which the irrigators entity collects and then is in a position to satisfy their obligation. The city is then in a position to satisfy its obligation because the combined group under the agreement is jointly and severally responsible for those charges. So was the concept behind that process, was to make sure that the irrigators organization could always be in a position to know that they were able to handle and be in a position to pay their share of the assessments.
And I think it'd be useful for someone to explain how many people are subject to the irrigator's fee. I don't want anyone listening at home to have the misinterpretation that this is a tax across the community or the county. It's a very limited subset.
There's 54 at this time
Okay.
that have signed the agreement, and for the assessments, it's directly attached to the farm property here. And yeah, it's the individual's responsibility of that ownership of that property, period. Right?
Right. Yeah, I think it was just helpful for everyone to
I
kind of have
understand.
that base
I
understanding.
understand that, sure.
I was actually waiting for a couple of the new guys to start asking questions. So, yeah, no, the relationship has worked great, and we've been able to stay ahead of everything, so we're perfectly comfortable, and but if any more questions like that for your comfort level, we'll try to answer them.
I was just curious. I know this was a rather unique organization. When it started, have any other areas in the state mimicked it yet?
Not exactly like ours. There's a couple other districts that buy directly out of a reservoir, but the partnership between a municipal and agriculture we'd be the only one.
Is there enough variation or unknowns that any of them created a reserve just to kind of backstop not knowing the
For us?
future? Yeah.
We've got some cushion. Yeah. We've been trying to, Carl's done a great job of staying ahead of it.
Carl's do that. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
All righty, so we will see those, the amended budget and the proposal. You said next week?
No, at our
No,
next meeting,
or
which
at
is
our
our
next
next
meeting.
item of
Okay,
discussion,
that's-
is when to hold that next meeting. So at the next meeting, there'll be a lot of things to do, but they're not time-consuming. We'll hold a public hearing for the 2022 amended budget. We'll approve the 2022 amended budget. We'll hold a public hearing for the 2023 budget. We'll approve the 2023 budget, and then we'll also have our election of officers. We tried to push it into the next quarter because our bylaws say that we should have a quarterly meeting. And the budget is due to the county by August 25th. So we kind of threw the 3 dates out here, just wanting to see if any of those dates would work for the group. But we do have a little bit of flexibility to go into August if we need to. And usually for us, it's no,
I was going to say,
Yeah.
no big
most
deal.
of us going to be, I'm looking to my left. This is
Yeah.
what-
So
They
that's
always
really-
seem to want to do farming or something.
I know.
Hard to say. Probably sooner than,
This-
is probably better than later.
Yeah, if we can predict the weather too.
Right.
You know what, we have wheat headed out this tall right now. And
I'm guessing, from my point of view, probably the 11th probably works as good
Yeah.
as anything.
Okay. So we'll
Sounds
plan
good.
on that, making that next meeting the
Okay.
11th. Do we
Yep.
need a motion for that?
Anyone?
I move we have our next Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District meeting on July 11th, 2022.
I'll second that.
Okay, been moved and seconded to schedule our next regular meeting on July 11, 2022. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And we are at unfinished or other business, or any comments about our future that anyone, not our future, the water's future, that anyone wants to?
Just fill
Professor?
the pond up there and we'll all be good.
Okay. And I heard you talking earlier, but our pond gets filled from west of us.
Correct.
Not that rain here is not important, but it's,
Not to fill Canopolis.
right.
You got to be south, a little bit south of Russell, and down to Ellsworth, back to Hayes, and west to Hayes, south a little bit. I have a app on my phone, and I can show you a raindrop report and tell you where it flows.
The Smoky Hill River actually begins right by Sharon Springs. It's a dry bed now in eastern Colorado, western Kansas. And you can see it snake through. But Hayes has been having water troubles for years, and it's getting better, I hope. Let it rain in Hayes, is what I'm trying to say.
And Cedar Bluff is above it.
Yeah.
And Cedar Bluff is actually above Canopolis. So we have to catch, and Cedar Bluff does not release much, if any, out of the reservoir. So we have to catch our rainfall between Cedar Bluff and Canopolis.
Here we are going into summer. What is the reservoir level?
We are at conservation level, which is the baseline.
Yeah,
I don't know if we're anything over that right now. I haven't checked.
I'm reading all these stories about Lake Mead, and it's kind of frightening.
One good rain event will fill Canopolis several feet. And back in '06, when we had very, very huge concerns, we had a 3-inch rain event, and our summer just went smooth. But we got to have that rain event.
So this is why we are sitting here, in case we don't get that rain event. So that's a
Well,
little insurance for all of us.
I guess other than for the second weekend in June, we'll hope it rains and fills it up.
There was a lot of time and energy put in following the 2006 drought to get where we are right now.
It was.
Yep.
Yes, it was.
All right. Hearing no other business, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move adjourn.
Second?
All right. Any objections?
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Mayor, since that's a public meeting, do we need a note there to ask if the proper notices have
But I
been
can
given
take you south
for
if you want me.
this group as well as everything else?
No, how far south do we go?
We probably do. City Attorney,
Need to add the question whether we put on the public notice
I'm sorry, is the question public comment for this meeting? or-
Public notice,
or the public notice should be at
Oh.
the beginning of the agenda.
we didn't
I see.
acknowledge that.
Yeah, good point. We can factor that in.
Build
We'll add
that
that
in.
to the agenda.
all righty. I would imagine we're going to go directly into our city commission studies session, budget studies session, and
I'm going to quickly turn it over to Finance Director Debbie Pack. We've been working on this, been in a lot of conversations, but I don't know that I have a lot of color commentary to add. Just let her dive in.
So today is the first of many study sessions on the budget. Typically, what we try to do at the first meeting is look at the calendar, try to establish what our target fund balance is, what we want them to do, kind of know what our goals are, and kind of get some indication from the city commission as far as what their level of comfort is as far as, today what we'll talk about is estimating revenues, because the revenues are so volatile that we don't want to be too risky, but we also don't want to be too conservative, because we do know that that affects some of the other the property taxes and things like that that we'll look at. So kind of where we are in the budget process at this point, from the staff's perspective, is that we've sent out direction to all of the executive staff to request their operational budgets and to hold as close to the 2022 budget expenditures as possible. The departments have provided that list, as well as itemized information on specific items over $5,000, and things that are multiple items, like other contractual and things like that. So as Mike looks through those numbers, he has a good idea of what we're spending things on, if we're buying equipment or things like that. We've also asked and had gotten the information from departments on their requests for CIP and for sub-CIP, so we'll be putting those numbers and lists together to bring forward to you in the next few weeks. The things we still need to do is, city manager and finance office is meeting with all departments to go over those requests to make sure that we have a good understanding of where they're going, and that if we see the need for any changes, we can address those up front. We have to receive the pay plan in order to figure out what our personnel budget's going to be and get that direction from you, get a recommended approach from you all on the pay plan so that we know how to budget 2023. Then we'll finalize those personnel costs and calculations. We'll need to finalize the revenue estimates based on some of the conversations we'll have today. And then we'll have to look at the net income and how that affects our fund balances. We'll also have to discuss mill rates as we move forward, and we'll talk about that in detail today, about the constraints and things like that on that mill rate. And then we'll have to present you with a balanced budget of some sort, whether that's using reserves or having enough revenue to cover all expenditures with what we present to you. The timeline is, there's some statutory dates in the timeline, and then there's some dates that we kind of have to fill in and make it work to those statutory dates. The first one we have is June 15th. That's the first date we get the actual assessed valuation from the county. That's their deadline. We have heard indications, we've talked to them and see where things are going. From that information on June 15th, by July 20th, we must notify them whether we're going to go over our revenue neutral rate, which we'll talk about in a little bit too. So that's about a month that we have to make that decision and see if we're going to need additional property tax revenue. Then there's two kind of directions that we're going to go as far as the calendar is concerned. If we're going to go over our revenue neutral rate, then we have a little bit more time because the county does have to send out notices, and then we have to hold a hearing on that rate and things like that. If we're not going to go over that budget neutral rate, then August is our deadline. We have August 5th, which we must publish the notification. August 15th is the last day for the public hearing. And then we have to submit the budget to the county clerk by August 25th. So as far as you're concerned, we'll have a lot of study sessions. We have May 9th, which is today. Next week, we're hoping to do the pay plan. That might move, we're not sure yet. Then June 6th, we'll come back with the comprehensive fee schedule and our estimates for revenue. We'll have outside agencies on June 13th. And some preliminary budget numbers. We'll try to talk issues and options, which is where you have to give us those decisions on some of those questions that we have. For the new commissioners, it's like, we need you to tell us, are we approving OCCK? Are we giving a pay plan increase? There's like a list of 10 or 12 major decisions that we have to have in order to finalize the budget. And then July 11th, we'll have a draft budget to bring to you with some final numbers. And then the rest of the list kind of gives you two dates, and that's those two roads that we may or may not take. And that's where the real city commission action starts, July 11th, when we decide what our mill rate's going to be. That decision's going to drive what the calendar does for the rest of the budget hearings. So then we go through either August 22nd for the adoption of the budget, or we go through September 26th for that adoption, depending on what we do with those property taxes. And like I said, we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to property taxes and how that really works from this perspective. Yep.
Let's just say Commissioner had a wild idea of saying, gosh, Parks and Recs really needs to get some of these projects done, and we need to find a way to increase the budget. Which one of these weeks should that information or that decision be made?
The earlier the suggestion, I think, the better. The decision probably won't come until we get to, like, the middle of June when we bring you those numbers, and maybe even if it's a major decision, it may be during issues and options, unless Mike has a different perspective on that.
No, the CIP, sub-CIP conversation is going to be some big ticket items, but that's probably an opportunity for any other topics if you as an individual commissioner, as a governing body, want to give us direction. As Debbie said, the sooner we have that direction, that gives us more opportunity to try to factor it into the budget and try to get the budget balanced.
Okay.
That's right. During that June 6th conversation, we'll talk about the parks maintenance plan and how they're going to spend their sales tax dollars, and the vehicles and equipment plan, and any requests that we have for capital improvements. We'll talk about all those in June. And we typically only get a dollar amount, not specifics, but if there are specifics, we'll certainly want to get those in there.
Is the pay plan, will that be fleshed out enough that we'll be incorporating that in, or will the set aside that we've got? you looked
That's
at it,
probably
the
our biggest
carryover.
priority. Finalizing the pay plan, getting that in front of you as a governing body, and confirming kind of how we want to adopt that, quantifying the cost of that, and then getting that into the budget. In terms of how it gets funded, part of that will depend on the total price tag for that, and I think we'll get into it a little bit more in this presentation, but I think, with some reserves, with some of the growth that we've seen, we're in a little bit better position to be able to adjust and adapt in the coming years, but we still want to start this as if we're trying to hit a target and balance the budget based on that estimate. And then if we're off, we can adjust in future years based on what we see.
So the next couple slides are really just, I pulled this out of the policy that we currently adopted, just stating kind of why we have target fund balances and why we set aside reserves. Basically, in a lot of the smaller funds, it's to meet cash flow needs at the beginning of the year, to provide for contingencies, to provide for the instability of what we do. So basically, we just want to have enough in there to sustain us if the economy goes down. We have specific ranges for our general fund, our debt service fund. We just adopted policies for our health service fund and also for our work comp fund. The policy states that for most of our other funds, which are our smaller funds, we maintain a 5 to 10% annual expenditure amount. And then there's some funds that we don't maintain a fund balance, and that's because most of those are just in and out funds. We collect money and we give it out to somebody else, or we're collecting money on behalf of somebody. So that's why you'll see several of these won't have a target fund balance, because that's really what they are. We're just a collection agency that's passing those funds on to somebody else. So then we get into the list of target fund balances, and what I provided here, as well as the targets that we've either established. None of these are changing. Well, one of them is because of a conversation we had. But I've also given you what our results are for 2021 at this time. So for example, the general fund, our ending fund balance in 2021 was $18.5 million. Our target fund balance is that is a change, it's $10 million. We had that discussion during the strategic planning and those things last year, that we wanted to up that $1.5 million to $10 million, which falls right in that 20 to 25% range that we've set in our policy. The bond and interest fund is between 10 and 15%, so the ending fund balance at the end of 2021 was $1.5 million. The target on that is $800,000, so we try to budget to get closer to that number. It's a little bit difficult to do when you do refundings, because refundings have a big effect on the money you're sending out, and the money you're getting in, and things like that. So that kind of makes it difficult to do. Then we'll have arts and humanities. We've set at 100. That hasn't changed. The ending fund balance was 151,407. The sales tax capital fund had an ending fund balance of $8.29 million at the end of 2021. That fund balance target is set at $750. The sales tax economic development had an ending fund balance of $97,000. That target fund balance is $750. We did budget in 2022 to do a transfer into that fund, so that fund should start to build back up into that target range as we we put $750,000 as part of that excess fund balance discussion last year into that fund. Business improvement is a wash in and out fund. Tourism convention is an in and out fund because that funding goes to the Chamber of Commerce and it's set aside for the TPEC. The Special Parks and Recreation Fund, this is a fund that comes from special alcohol. It's 1/3 of the dollars that we receive. And historically, we have tried to use this fund for playground replacement. One year, we did kind of sway from that. We bought some much-needed vehicles out of that fund. But what we're trying to do is get back to that practice of using this funding, because we get about $175,000 to $180,000 a year to be on a cycle of replacing our playgrounds. That fund balance we have set at $50,000, and that's really for cash flow in the beginning of the year.
And while we're on that, that is our goal. I don't know that solely the revenue coming into this fund will get us in a position where we can, on a recurring basis, keep up with playground equipment. It'll get us pretty close, and we're working on kind of an assessment and of a schedule, lifespan, cost replacement for all of our playground equipment to dial into an annual target number. We may have to supplement this going forward.
Yeah, and we'll have some years that we'll have some smaller parks that it won't cost us that. We try to do 2 a year. So we might have, as we show now, we have about $245,000 in there. So there might be some fund balance in there that then one year we may have to do a bigger park. So it may not be an even revenue in and expenditure out. We might utilize some of that fund balance. Special alcohol is a pass-through fund to our grantees for providing services for alcoholism, education services for that. Special gas tax fund is used for streets. So that fund balance was $2.3 million at the end of 2021. It has a target fund balance of $250,000. The Neighborhood Park Development Fund is from fees that are paid in new development. And those, this one's a little bit tough to track because you have to utilize the revenue in the park district that the funds were collected in. So Parks tracks that, and if they have a specific project that they want to do in Jerry Ivy Park, then any of the funds that they've received in that district, there's a mapping, then they know how much they have available to spend on that. We don't have a project every year in that, but we try to at least budget something in case they have something that comes up. TPEC is a pass-through for the most part, and so we don't keep a fund balance in that. Former Schilling Air Force Base remediation, we don't keep a fund balance in that, although there is one, we don't have a target. Sanitation, we have set at $500,000. The balance at the end of 2021 was $974,000. Solid waste, we have set at $500,000. We have a balance in there about a little over $6 million. We talk about this every year, and it's the one that we also have to keep in mind that we have post-closure and closure costs that are sitting out there that we don't really have enough money set aside for. So that's one we probably need to look at setting up and getting some money, some of that transferred to that fund. The golf fund has a $100,000 target fund balance, and the ending fund balance at 2021 was a little over $80,000. Water and wastewater has a $21.9 million ending fund balance at the end of 2021. We have that set at $5 million. We typically try to keep that about 180-day reserve, 180 to 270-day reserve on what their expenditures are. That's kind of the industry standard. That one we'll talk a lot about. We talked a lot about it in the fall. If you were here, we'll talk about it a lot in this fall because we've been building up that fund balance because we knew we had a water plant to build and we had a wastewater plant to build, and those are going to add a lot of expenditures to pay that debt. So between the two of those, it's about $4 million a year for debt. So we knew that that particular fund, as we've gone through the system, will get utilized very quickly once those debt service payments come online. Workers' compensation, this one we did set a policy. I have this at $750. We have not calculated that yet for this year, so we'll probably be doing a calculation. Same with the health insurance fund. I have it set at $2 million, but Natalie and Human Resources will be doing a calculation on that based on our policy. Central Garage is set at $100,000, had $394.4 million at the end of the year. Any questions or concerns or comments about where we have these set, or why we have them set, or any direction that you want to do something differently?
Any question? Nope.
Okay. So we'll move on to revenues, and what we're going to talk about today is specific to the general fund. I'll make comment to some of the other funds, but as you see what we see in the general fund, we'll also see the same effects in some of the other major funds, because the general fund collects most of those revenues. So in the general fund, our top 10 2021 revenues, as you can see, 35% of our revenue came from sales tax, 25% came from property tax, and then the remainder, 45% came from all other revenue sources. And then there's 5 sources of revenue that provide 83% of our revenue in the general fund, and those are the sales and use tax at a little over $15 million, property tax that was almost $11 million, franchise fees that were external at $5.2 million, interfund transfers at $3 million, and EMS at almost $3 million. And these are 2021 numbers. So we'll look at from top to bottom, the largest ones. We'll go into a little bit more detail, and this is where we want to kind of get your feedback on the volatility of what some of these are doing and what comfort level we are at budgeting them. Just so that we're not too conservative, or we're not too taking too much risk from your perspective, so that we can get that put in the information as early as possible. So sales tax, the city has a sales tax of 1.25%. That's just the city sales tax. Of that, 40% of it goes directly to the general fund, and 60% of it goes to the sales tax capital fund. Of the 60% that goes to the sales tax capital fund, the actual sales tax capital fund, where we spend our street money and we pay debt and we do our parks maintenance and all those things, that captures about 96% of that 60%. And then we transfer 3.9% by resolution to the Sales Tax Economic Development Fund. In the 2023 budget, out of the Sales Tax Capital Fund, we're anticipating budgeting about $1.7 million for debt payment, a transfer to Kenwood Cove for maintenance of $68,000, capital spending of $1,549,000, parks maintenance of $890,900, street spending of $3.2 million, and a tax stabilization to the general fund of about $1 million. The capital spending and the parks maintenance also includes, as you may or may not recall, we established capital maintenance funds for some of these larger categories that were using funding out of the sales tax, because what we found was they weren't using all of their money, and so it was sitting in the sales tax capital fund and they were never able to recoup it. So we created reserve funds in order to transfer that money into those reserve funds and have them spend that, and to be able to accumulate what they didn't spend for future spending, to assure that we were spending things on what we intended to spend them on. So that's why those numbers look a little different.
So previously, you probably saw the sales tax capital fund balance compared to the target balance was sizable, but when you account for what Debbie just described, we parsed all that out to the intended purposes so that it's available and we can plan to that going forward.
And we're also leaving in there what's intended for the river renewal project. So we can't really bring that number down to that target, because we do have some still being set aside for the river renewal project. The county sales tax is 1.5%. The county keeps 1% of that for their jail project. The other 0.5% is split by population and property tax levy. The city of Salina currently gets about 60% of that portion. It changes twice a year, once in July and once in January. We get a notification of what that percentage is, and it's run about 60% for a long time. And 100% of that funding goes into the general fund. So when we talk about sales tax in the general fund, we're talking about all of it that comes from the county, and then that 40% that comes from that sales tax, from the city's sales tax numbers. So that's why when we talk about sales tax in general, you'll see those numbers are either much larger or much smaller than what we're talking about here, because this is only the general fund portion of it.
The county portion is what kind of dollar amount?
It's about $8 million a year. So it's a pretty big, it's larger than the city's portion, let's put it, or the city side that we put into the general fund. The next slide actually kind of shows us that breakdown. Over the past 10 years, you can see the sales tax in the blue is what the countywide sales tax is that we've collected into the general fund. And the gray is the city's portion, the city sales tax that's going to the general fund. And you can see we've had slight increases, and then we had a large increase in 2021. And those numbers represent about $15 million in 2021. On the next slide, I wanted to show kind of where the growth of that sales tax has gone. And you can see they look pretty identical. They go pretty close to the same. So in 2021, our average overall is about 2.8% growth for the city sales tax and about 2.5% for the county. However, in 2021, we saw an 11.8% increase in county and a 10.5% increase in the city sales tax. 2022 to date, which is through April, we're seeing a 12.9% increase in the county side and a 12.6% increase on the city sales tax. So this is one of those questions, how long is it going to last? So there's a lot of things we believe are having an effect on this. We believe that all the money that came out, the child tax credits and the ARPA funds and those things that are coming out, the construction activity is putting money into our economy. The construction workers are putting money into our sales tax economy. Inflation, the rising cost of goods, is increasing our sales tax dollars. And in the future, we believe there's some things we have to, as we have more housing starts, we hope that that brings more people, that will affect it. Employer expansions, bringing also those people into the town, and construction. And any broader economic impact, any forecasts that we have, those could all affect that. So this is one of those that we are just kind of baffled by. Where do we go from this number? Because we're seeing really big numbers, but then we don't know how long that can last. So the next one I kind of showed you by month, because what we kind of find is sales tax will start to increase and then it kind of settles off at the end of the year. So for example, in 2017, that large one was the rate change, so we kind of can throw that one out the door. In 2022, what we've seen, February was the largest growth month, but then in 2021, our larger growth months were in the summer, which would kind of make sense with the child tax credits. So our year-end projection for 2020 would be that we're going to be at 10% over our 2021, or our projection for 2022 is that we'll be 10% over what we saw in 2021, based on the fact that we're currently at almost 13%, and we do see it dwindle a little bit toward the end of the year. And that assumes that we see this growth that we normally do, that it falls off about 2%. What we're anticipating and kind of looking at budgeting in 2023 is a 2% growth on the 2021 actual. It seems small, but like I said, we have all of those effects in there, but there are some things that we can consider. How long do we think construction workers are going to be here? How long, some of those things. So that's not a very aggressive estimate, so that's something we'll want to kind of look at and get your feedback on where you think we should fall. Because that is our largest revenue source, so whatever we do with that, then it will make an effect on the bottom line. I don't know if you want to stop and talk about sales tax now, or if you want to wait till the end and we can talk about everything in general.
The sales tax, I'm sorry, turn that off. The sales tax we're capturing now on internet sales is added into these figures now,
Yes.
correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't see it, but do we have a graph of how that's continuing to increase or decrease?
We do.
In a dollar amount, kind of?
And if you see the monthly sales tax reports that go out, if you look at those at all, if you look at the use tax portion, that is the portion that we're getting from internet sales. That's somebody that's buying something from Salina, from outside of Salina, basically. The numbers are rising, but the dollars are very small.
Oh, yeah. I didn't
I mean, very small comparative to what we see in the sales tax side.
And I won't get into it today, but I can't remember the rules on who has to pay that and so on and so forth.
What,
Isn't it based on the amount that company sells in your community or
Yeah,
something?
the last time I looked at it, I think if a company sells more than $200,000 or $250,000, then they have to collect and remit that. I think that was the number, somewhere around $200,000 or $250,000 a year.
Okay, and is that nationally or is that just in your area? I can't,
That's Kansas.
Kansas, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
I knew there was some guideline, but I couldn't remember what it was.
yeah.
so one of the conversations we had was not budgeting as if things were going to retrench or go backwards, but not budgeting to continue 10 to 15% annual growth going forward either. So, as Debbie said, 2% on 2021 is essentially capturing the 2021 level and less growth than we've seen so far in 2022. So that is fairly conservative. I'm just kind of, we've yet to see the final pay plan numbers, but I expect that when it all comes to pass, we're going to struggle to balance the budget, and we may have to come back and take a look at how aggressive do we want to be about our assumptions about sales tax. We kind of got into the conversation just a little bit ago about if we miss that mark, we're in a better financial position than we've been in a long, long time in terms of our reserves. It would give, instead of just running short of funds, we have some time and ability to adapt and assess what's going on in terms of the economy, assess what our options are in terms of budgeting, budget adjustments, staffing adjustments, mill rate or tax rate adjustments. So I don't think we have to be as overly conservative to cover that expense on day one. We have a little bit more latitude there, but I do expect we're still going to be challenged to bring you a balanced budget and account for the pay plan.
I think it's a good idea to be cautious going forward, because at the same time, the revenues might be increasing, our expenses are also going to be impacted by the inflation. So we really kind of have to wait and see how the consumer responds to all of this, and if if they really slow down their purchasing because of inflation, that's going to impact the sales tax.
That's called a recession.
The spatial gas fund, that's based on number of gallons, not on
Correct.
price. So that could be based on
The rising gas prices.
gas prices
do not
could
help
affect
our
that in a
bottom line.
negative way, which a lot of people, because it's
Correct.
based on gallons. I just wanted everybody to
Right.
be aware of that.
Correct.
The other question I had when we were looking at the golf, I know we have to replace that netting and stuff out there, and I'm guessing there's a deductible. Does that come out of the golf fund? The deductible for that?
Well, I think we're rolling that into one overall claim out of the
Are we
general
able to?
fund. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if that was set out.
There's also FEMA funds that should be available
Right.
for that as well, so
Okay.
we don't think there'll be a whole lot of out-of-pocket for that project.
And then, this doesn't affect our budget at all, but where are they at on the out at the base as far as remediation? Have we seen anything out there started, or?
Yeah, we've got, Martha's not here, but we've got design work, we've got testing. We're kind of finalizing the equipment design to be able to put that out to bid for the,
So we're still kind of in that phase that you don't see anything?
Right,
You
yep.
don't see the work that's being done, okay. 'cause-
pilot testing, bench testing, they call it, of the treatment technologies happening. And then we'll be coming forward, our consultants will be coming forward with a recommended purchase of equipment to begin the remediation.
Okay, thank you.
When it starts moving, it's going to move fast. The
Yeah.
dollars.
And yeah, it'll be
what I-
a big ticket expenditure
Yes.
and installation.
Because they're anticipating, I think, in 2 years, they'll spend the majority of that, and then they'll be, the rest of the 30 years will be not as much.
Okay.
The pay plan you mentioned, it's a big unknown out there to me. You mentioned Manhattan has done some revisions. Are they using the same consulting group that we are? And how many employees do they have over in Manhattan?
They don't believe they're using the same consulting group. I don't know how many employees they have, but I do know our consultant, we've been in a lot of conversations with them, confirming the peer communities that they used, and And I think they've got a good set of peer communities. They are factoring in kind of inflationary pressures and cost of living pressures, as well as cost of living adjustments from Kansas City to Salina. And then they're also factoring in, they anticipate the market's going to continue to see, wage increases. So bumping up the recommendation for us to start, just so we can try to, be in a good position to be competitive.
And I would assume they have less employees in the city of Salina because they don't have a police department. So the police department is a county-wide, Riley County Police Department, so they don't have, and that's generally the largest department of any city. So I would assume they have less than us. We can verify that, though.
I assume our structure is pretty much the same as other cities as far as the breakout of the resources and
We've got some.
employment resources you need?
We've got some uniqueness in terms of the Arts and Humanities Department and Human Relations in particular. And then utility operations can vary if there's an electric utility. But part of the pay plan study, part of the conversation that we're having is comparing our organizational structure and the expectations of the different positions as they look at the peers to make sure that we get a appropriate comparison.
I had a question. On this data that comes in monthly on your revenue, what's the lag time on that?
2 months.
2 months?
So what we see as a collection is what the retailers have seen 2 months ago, because it goes from the retailer to the state the first month, and from the state
So
to us
right
the
now,
second.
you're seeing February's.
Yes, yes.
Is the state current?
Is the state current?
Yeah, their 2-month lag?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Typically,
the
what we
only
see
department
is individual retailers are not current, and they pay in different cycles. The larger retailers pay more often, obviously, and then you have some of your smaller ones that may only pay every quarter or something like that. There's 3 or 4 different cycles that each retailer is in. And that's usually where we see a delay, is in those. We may see somebody that was behind 2 years, and all of a sudden we'll get 2 years' worth of collection from them.
What about the online tax revenue? How does that, is that kind of the same cycle?
Yes, yes. Any more questions on sales tax? Okay, we'll move to property tax, which is our second largest revenue source in the general fund. Last year was the first year for Senate Bill 13, House Bill 2104, which created the revenue neutral rate. And basically what that statute says is that the city of Salina cannot collect any more property tax revenue in the current year than it did in the prior year. So what the county does is they look and see, and I've provided this here, what the county provided us in 2020, for our 2022 budget was $10,712,234 in the general fund, and in the bond and interest fund, $3,055,923. Now, they combine that, so whatever that total is the most that we can collect or request to collect in property taxes for our next year's budget without having to go to a notification to the public and a public hearing on that tax rate. So they'll send us a revenue, what they call a revenue neutral rate based on the current valuation, which tells them what rate we would have to levy to collect that much in property taxes. That's a number that we'll get on that June 15th property tax valuation date.
So it's a bit of an oversimplification, but to kind of crystallize
Yeah.
it, if the county contacted us and said our assessed value doubled, the state would expect us to take our mill rate to half of what it was previously,
Correct.
to balance that out. Now, there's different assessed values for different types of property, and it gets a little bit more complicated, but essentially, whatever gain you see in assessed value, we're expected to offset by adjusting the mill rate the other direction.
Correct.
And is some of that assessed value that we forgave the taxes on?
Yeah, that'll factor into the county's, they don't discount that assessed value from the county's perspective, so.
Right, we would still be able to collect that $13, $14 million, even if we had waived off through IRBs or something like that other funding. Because the same thing happens with TIFs. The TIF balance that's not coming directly to us is subtracted from that valuation to determine what that mill levy rate is. So the next slide kind of gives you the historical information about that, and you can see exactly what Mike was talking about. If you look at the city of Salina rate in between 21 and 22, you can see that it was reduced slightly, not a lot, but it was reduced, and that's because we were limited to the revenue that we had in the prior year. We chose not to exceed that revenue neutral rate. So currently, 1 mil for the city of Salina generates about $450,000 in property tax for the city of Salina. And I gave you the history of kind of where the property tax went, both in aggregate with all of the taxing units in USD 305, in the left column, left slide or graph, and then the one in the right graph is the difference between the general fund and the debt service mill levy. So what you can tell by looking at that graph on the right is that some years we had to up the debt service to pay for debt, and so we would reduce the general fund mill levy a little bit. We went up and down a little bit. But it hasn't grown a lot over those 2 years, whatever it is, 5, 8, 9 years. So the next slide kind of gives you a picture of our assessed valuation. And as you're going to see in the graph in the upper left-hand corner, our average growth over the last 10 years is about 1.34%. That's an average annual growth. And then the data table shows you exactly what that growth is. So we gave you the change in our mill levy, which since the implementation of the sales tax, in which we said that we were going to do tax stabilization, the mill levy's raised about 11.5%. At the same time, the assessed valuation has only grown 8.8%. And you can see each year how those averages have changed since 2012, basically. And then what I wanted to provide was, had we not done that tax stabilization transfer from sales tax, both to the general fund and to the debt service fund, because we are putting money in from that sales tax from 2016 into the debt service fund, the effect on the property tax would have been these numbers at the bottom, which if you just looking since 2016 or 2017, because it really didn't go into effect till late, almost 6 mils is what we would have required to make up that revenue that we took from sales tax and put into the general fund and the debt service fund. So pretty close to 6 mils every year is what we're saving on property tax by doing that tax stabilization transfer. Any questions on property tax, how that process will work? I'm sure we'll be coming back to you to say, I know we will, we'll have to say where are we going to leave our mill levy, are we going to leave our mill levy, or are we going to use the revenue neutral rate? This is what it does to our budget and that sort of thing.
I've had concerns about all the property tax abatements we've done, that it's big projects that we're not going to collect any property tax.
Simply, we wouldn't anyway if we stayed to our revenue neutral rate, because we can only collect this $13 million. That's what the law says.
Okay.
So even if if we would have added all of those properties into our valuation, unless we chose to go over that revenue neutral rate and do that, we could, it's not a hard process, we wouldn't have gained that anyway, under the current law. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and what's the process of changing that?
We have to first notify the county that we're going to go, our mill rate's going to be higher than, it's going to get us more tax than what they've set. They send out a notification, the county sends out a notification to all of the taxpayers in the city. They send one notification, so if the school district's going to raise theirs and the county's going to raise theirs and we're going to raise ours, they'll send one notification to every taxpayer. We have to have a tax rate hearing, so public hearing, to allow the public to come and say, we don't think this is a good idea. It's like a public hearing for the budget. And then we have to have a public hearing for our budget as well. So it adds an additional public hearing, and it adds a notification to the public.
Okay. So in the future, our population does take off, like we hope, then that process would take place, correct?
It would take place anytime we choose to go over the rate that is established annually by the county to provide us that set amount of property tax.
And when we talk about rate, it can get confusing. Debbie's wording it correctly, but a possible scenario is if you wanted to leave the mill rate unchanged and capture the increase in assessed value, that is not revenue neutral, and the process that she described would have to be followed.
But I guess I'm just a little confused. You can't stay revenue neutral forever if you have a lot of growth.
You could, because your mill rate would continue to go down.
Okay.
Well,
The expenses
how do you
are
pay the bills year
how do
after
you pay the
year?
bills is a whole different
That doesn't
question.
keep up with the inflation we experience, nor does it keep up with, the service expectations and the cost increases we might experience.
Yeah.
So that's the way I took your
adding
comment.
additional
Yeah,
stuff.
if we,
I'm thinking we gain 10,000 people, there's going to be a need for a lot more service.
Yes.
Yep, admittedly so. And, part of the rationale on the property tax abatements is it will come back on the rolls somewhere out in the future, which either can have the effect of, lowering the mill rate across the board, or we can try to capture that revenue when the
Yeah.
time comes.
And in theory, 10,000 more people based on their incomes, that should increase your income, your sales tax significantly, to take part of that. That's the whole key, to take part of that burden off your property tax also.
Correct.
Yeah, in fact, if you go back and look at those top revenue sources, the franchise fees ought to go up as well.
Yep.
Not that it's a revenue generator for us, but I guess EMS fees might go up as well, just based on population increases. But property tax certainly would stay flat unless we elected to
Has
follow
the
that process.
relationship between property tax and sales tax been pretty constant, or is that adjusted over the years? Are we now
Oh, the
receiving a greater
percentages, you
percentage
mean?
of sales tax than we did
I think
15 years ago? Or
I don't know about 15 years ago. In the current history,
then we got
it's
COVID
about
in the middle of
same.
that, but
Yeah.
I
just
mean, those percentages have stayed 25, 23 in the 20.
Well, and
low 20s.
pre-COVID, both of their growth rates were flat
Flat.
as can be.
Yeah.
That's what got us in the financial challenges we found ourselves
Well,
in.
I'm learning this process here, and I seldom hear anyone complain about sales tax, but I always hear people complain about their assessments and their property tax. And I have my property tax check made out here in my bag. I need to remember to take it upstairs. It's due tomorrow. And not happy about it.
Question about we used to get a number, it said what our pull factor is. I don't know if I've heard that lately, because one of the advantages that I like about sales taxes from sitting up here is the fact that we do have a significant pull factor from parts of the, from other regions. And the more people we have come in here and spend sales tax, the more relief we get towards our property tax. And I haven't seen any figures lately that says if our pull factor's increased or decreased.
I haven't looked at it within the last 6 months, probably. I know we had one period of time in the last 2 years, probably, where it dropped just a little bit, because the only reason I know is because when we do the Moody's, our debt, that's one of the questions. But I believe it's still around 1.4.
Okay.
That's the number that's popping in my head.
And my recollection of our highest watermark was 1.47. And
Yeah,
that
that's
probably
what I
would
was
have been
thinking,
in
too.
the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I can certainly look that up, though.
Just curious as to kind of how that's been,
Yeah.
and I know
And
COVID could have hurt or helped,
And I think that 1.47 predated online sales taking off, too.
True.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Any other more questions on the property tax, the process, the? Okay. The next highest revenue source for us is franchise fees, and we have franchise agreements with many different types. We have gas, we have electric, cable, wireless, video. We'll look at just the top few. Franchise fees for gas. The average growth over the last 5 years has been about 6%. With franchise fees, with a lot of these, it's weather dependent, especially gas and electric, which are the two biggest ones. So when we have dips or, ups and downs, we'd really have to know what the weather did that year to know why that kind of did that. So basically, we're seeing about a 6% average growth over the last 5 years. We're anticipating budgeting 2% over 2021, which was higher than 2020. So that's the highest we've seen in the last 5 years. So we feel like that's pretty aggressive in that revenue estimate. For electric, you'll see that one dips a lot, and that goes back to the merger. I don't know if you recall back in late 2019, early 2020, there was a merger, and they had to provide credits to a lot of customers, which reduced their revenue, and that's what our franchise fees is based on. There were several over a course of a year or two. We saw that rate, that fee start to come back up a little bit in 2021. So our 5-year average growth in that is negative 0.45. It doesn't look like that is trending to go back as high as it was prior, so we're budgeting in 2023 to be flat over 2021, just to kind of see where those merger credits go and how that kind of gels out. For cable franchise fees, this is probably the third largest dollar amount that we collect in franchise fees. That 5-year average is going down. Not surprising with some of the technology that's out there. People are getting away from cable. So we're budgeting at a flat rate of over 2021 as well. So that's franchise fees. Any question? Those are there's a few smaller ones, but they're probably $5,000 or $10,000 a year. They're not in the $500,000 range, so we didn't really look at those as much.
Just circling back to that comment you made about fewer people using cable. The question I have is, I know that, for instance, I'll use myself as an example. I don't have cable anymore, but I have the highest level of internet service through Cox Communication. Is that factored into this, or is it a separate category altogether?
I think it's in here because our agreement is with Cox.
Okay.
That's who we have our franchise agreement with. So I would assume that anything
That's my
they sell.
understanding as well.
Just want to make sure we weren't leaving money on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as money on the table, federal regulations have taken money off the table from our perspective, just in terms of deregulation and the legislation that's been passed to give them unfettered access to the right-of-way. More so telecommunications than cable TV. But
I think that franchise fee is limited to television. Because I don't have the cable either, just the internet.
One of the things that would be good is, mainly with 2 new commissioners, and it'd be good for us all to be refreshed on, is, we have more, what's the word I'm looking for, pressure put on property tax than we used to. And it'd be interesting to know back before, when they took away, we no longer can charge property tax on equipment.
Right.
So when you look at whether it's Signify, Great Plains, any of the, cabinet makers out there, that all those multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment are no longer being taxed that we used to get taxed. I think there was a couple other taxes that we collected as a city that are no longer, the state's basically taken away from us the ability to tax on. So that would be kind of interesting to see how that's dropped, because it's almost zero now, because things are being, but
Didn't provide it in this particular graphic, but we do have that information that shows, here's where our personal property valuation was before 2016.
Yeah.
And here's where it's dropped to today, and it's millions of dollars.
Yeah, so
As would
that's-
be expected.
Yeah,
I will have those when we get
okay,
into the more
but
details.
that's good for people to see that we're not just raising property taxes because we want to. Sometimes it's been because we have to. I mean, there's a certain amount of dollars, as we've talked about, to run the city, and they've taken away some of the different tools we had to collect those over the years.
True.
So,
True.
There's an ideal theoretical ratio between property tax, sales tax, I forget this third leg of the,
Well, a lot of times it's referred to as a three-legged stool,
Stool.
so
I
that
can't remember the
they
third
react
leg.
differently, just kind of fees and
Yeah.
other revenue. And they react differently in different economic circumstances, so the three-legged stool theory kind of assures you some stability when
I
things
guess it would be
fluctuate.
nice to see historically.
It's been a, it's a big,
we were
it's a-
have rested
Yeah.
like over the decades.
yeah.
Well, for a long time, we're running kind of a running total of how much revenue was lost, and
I still
I-
have that calculation in my
Yeah.
spreadsheets. And it's significant, probably over $1 million.
The League of Cities calculates it every year, don't they? And
Yeah.
publishes it in, I think that February or March, when they list all of the property, all the
Valuation.
taxing entities for every county, what the totals are.
Right.
And
and I think the other
billions
one,
of dollars over the course
Oh,
of
yes.
that.
and the other one you may be thinking of goes back even further, but LAVTR used to
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
a tax distribution that the state
Right,
made
they
to
used to.
cities, and they paused it and promised to put it back and never
It's been a
did.
long pause.
Yeah, and it's a hard
Yeah.
pause at this point,
Yeah.
and a hard
So-
stop.
But yeah, those are all dollars that we've had to pick up somewhere along the line,
Right.
so,
Right, right.
okay.
So the next largest revenue source for the general fund is actually interfund transfers from other, mainly from our enterprise funds. And this is to support overhead costs typically for these enterprise funds to use internal city services. For overhead, they also have a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes, because of course they're tax exempt. There's a franchise fee on our utilities, just like we have on some of these other utilities, the cable and the gas and electric. We pay the risk management, and the last one's tax stabilization, and that's because that's a transfer from the sales tax capital fund. That's really the only one that goes into the general fund from the sales tax capital fund. Any questions on that particular item? And the last major revenue source is EMS. You can see it's pretty flat. We had a little bit of a spike in 2016, but now it's pretty flat. So our 10-year growth is about 2.23%. And so my anticipation is that we'll budget what was the 5-year average collection, just looking at the last 5 years and seeing what that collection was, because that'll kind of tell us what's going on in the EMS world.
They're pretty dependent on reimbursements from Medicare.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we
2016 could have been they raised the rates a little bit.
Could have
tried to
been,
be,
it could have been just a high collection time for us. I mean, we could have had where we just did a really big push on collections. Who knows what that 2016 was?
we try to be mindful of what the maximum Medicare, Medicaid rate is, and making sure that we're keeping up with that. We had a consultant come in not too long ago and look at EMS deployment, and one of their observations was that our collection rate is exceptional compared to other entities. We have staff dedicated to billing and collection. And so in terms of trying to manage this, we're trying to be mindful of that. The one point of conversation that came up is there is a federal designation as super rural, which you could get higher rates. We don't qualify. That'd take a lobbying effort, but we rationalized it, or our consultant rationalized it as we are kind of out here on an island. We are a regional center, but we do a lot of transfers, and we might be able to make some headway in trying to get a super rural designation. And that's about the only other opportunity I know of to
That's a federal
significantly-
designation, or that's
Yes.
state?
Yep.
Is this number actual revenue, or is that covering expenses?
No, this is revenue. This does
That's
not
on-
net
that's on
out
top of
expenses.
all the bills paid?
No.
No.
This is what we collected for those services for EMS.
Okay.
So
I guess
the
my
expenses aren't even
question is-
considered. That's gross revenue.
How does this almost 2.4 million compare to the actual expenses of?
Well, because we have an interlocal agreement with the county, they help support it. We calculate what our expenses are and what our revenue is based on some of these numbers, and then they help support that. So it normally averages out, it nets out.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Is that how you would describe that?
Yeah, they're fully funding ambulance replacement, and then we have to do that calculation. We've talked a lot about transfers, and so there are some staffing impacts that are a little hard to quantify, but
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of thinking of the long transfers, the overtime and the.
And this
Fuel.
is just EMS. It's
The
not the
$5
fire
diesel fuel,
department.
but
So your cost for the fire department is much higher
Right.
than just the EMS, so, yeah. The next thing I wanted to point out was we did have, I kind of mentioned earlier about those capital reserve funds for the categories that we were doing capital spending in out of the sales tax capital fund. We did calculate that underspent funding, and we did a transfer for those funds into the reserve funds in 2021, or 2022, but we were not able to capture, because of timing, the 2021. So this is just going to get us to zero. It's going to capture 2021 unspent funding that will then go into those capital reserve funds to help them be able to maintain to spend their money. So Parks will have an additional $390,000 transfer. Vehicle equipment will have about $70,000. Buildings and facilities will have $127,000. CIP, which is usually capital planning, we did not set up a reserve for that, so that'll just stay in the sales tax capital fund. And then the next graphic just kind of shows you where those funds were at when we did those transfers originally. The fund balance also includes the allocation for 2021 or 2022. So, for example, we transferred $2 million, a little over $2 million into the Parks Fund, and then they got their $500,000 in 2022. So that's why they're about at $2.5 million in that fund. So in 2023, some of our initiatives will be to transfer those unspent funds from the sales tax capital fund to, and as Mike's mentioned several times, to address the pay plan study. If there's any other initiatives, as you were talking about earlier, Commissioner Hoppick, certainly let us know those as you think of them or as you see needs, so we can take a closer look at those. I wanted to bring back these next two slides just so you kind of had this refreshed in your mind about kind of where we talked about where we wanted to put money that we felt like we had available. The first slide is the general fund, excess fund balance that we had after 2020. And at that time, we had about $4 million over our target fund balance of $10 million. And this is where we indicated we wanted to increase that fund balance, so we took out $1.5 million. And then there were some back office items that that you all agreed we kind of needed to kind of address out of this funding. Agenda management software, we're still putting an RFP together for that. The city website, the RFP's been out, they've been reviewing that. We're working on implementing time and attendance right now. We've had the temporary grant coordinator. We've got $1 million set aside for the pay plan implementation. The facility audit, I believe there's an RFP either being put together or it's out. Here's the $750,000 that I mentioned earlier that we replenished the Economic Development Fund with. And so that left us about $670,000. Of course, now with 2021 being complete and we see there's an additional about $4.5 million, then we can, that, as Mike's been talking about, that cushion, that gives us that cushion for that pay plan and to kind of look at some other things that we might want to do, one-time spending things that we might want to do with that. The other funding source that we had last year that we talked about a lot was American Rescue Plan funding. We knew that the city was allocated a little over $7 million. And we had set aside some funding for vehicles and equipment, Parks Master Plan, the River Renewal Project, debt service. We took out Fire Station 4. That was one of the things that we talked about. This list is everything that we kind of provided and then kind of what you indicated that we would settle on, which spent about the entire $7 million with all of these allocations. We have not spent, other than the transfers for the Park Master Plan and the vehicle and equipment, we really haven't spent any of the dollars that we've allocated here, just because those projects we haven't committed those yet. Like for housing, we've got these set aside, but we haven't come to you with that particular project yet. Then the next thing I wanted to provide is kind of where we are in today, in 2022. So the actual numbers that we have here are through March. And it's a little hard to look at, but the sales tax, as you can see, is up. As we had noticed before, we're up about $500,000 compared to last year. Our personnel services are under, or part of it looks like it's over, but it's not really going to be that way. So then what I did was I projected that number out. Based on where we would be at March 31st in the last 3 years, I could tell what percentage we had collected in revenue at that point in time for the last 3 years. And so I took that average and said, okay, if this is where we should be, based on the average, where does this put us at the end of the year? Puts our sales tax over about $2.5 million, and our salary expenses, personnel expenses under about $1.3 million. So where we originally were budgeting about a $24,000 net income, if things stay the way they are today, there's a long time still in 2022, we could be looking at about a $3 million surplus again in 2022, based on we have a lot of vacancies, and our sales tax is up. Those are two basically they're opposite spectrums that are working together to create that.
Vacancies, personnel.
Personnel.
Yeah. So personally, I'd love to have a little bit more certainty about sales tax performance going forward, and then have the dust settle in terms of when we do the pay plan, what our staffing levels would get to. Because when you talk about these type of year-end numbers, that sounds encouraging, but the decisions we're trying to make are ongoing commitments, and we're trying to assess whether it'll be there for us year after year. So this is all, we're in a better financial position than we've been in a long time. One of the biggest decision points we've got is our level of confidence of making an ongoing commitment in these financial times right now.
So the last thing we just want to touch base, we've talked about this a lot, is the pay plan study. We will be bringing that forward in a study session in the next couple of weeks. We had set aside about $1 million. We don't expect that number to be any much difference, anywhere from $1 to $2 million across all funds, though. We have to look at, there's going to be a lot of policy decisions to make with that, staffing levels and things like that. And then we also have what we talked about, the 2021 excess that we didn't really account for in that spending allocation that I just showed you. So there's a little bit of fund balance there, about $4.5 million in that fund balance. But as Mike said, that's an ongoing commitment, not a one-time commitment. So you really have to think about, okay, what's that do to the future, and how do we maintain that added expenditure in the future? So that is all I have. Are there any, I would really like some feedback on where you're thinking as far as especially revenues. If you think we're on track with where we're thinking.
I like your cautious approach. And there is a lot of uncertainty right now.
It's certainly easier to make more money than to spend more than you have. Well, let's put that. Well, but like Mike said, we do have a little bit of cushion because we are in a better situation than we have been for years. So we do have a little bit of cushion there. But we have a lot of big things that could go sideways.
And we have quite a few unavoidable expenses, whether it's inflationary increases or things we've identified that have to be addressed. But I've been trying to guide staff that our priority is pay plan implementation, and let's try to toe the line on all of our other expenditures to see if we can't free up some room to come back with a balanced budget.
Well, I think if we ended up with extra revenue, we could always find a way to spend it.
Yeah,
Or give it back.
No, spend it.
well,
We have a wish list that goes about 10 years deep.
yeah, I'm repeating myself a bit, but when you get to the end of the year and you have some additional revenue, you can spend that on a one-time deferred maintenance item that we failed to address. It's the committing it to salaries that is the hard part.
Mm-hmm. Well, this will give us 5 minutes to get ready for the next meeting, so we will adjourn. Thank you
Okay,
for
thank you.
going through this, setting us up for the next 3 months.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the May 9th, 2022 Salina City Commission meeting. Ask the city clerk if the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
All right, may I have roll call, please?
Mayor Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
All who are able to stand, please do so for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We get started with awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the week of May 15th through the 21st, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the city of Salina. Tony Snyder, Fire Chief, will read the proclamation.
Chief Snyder.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor,
Hi there.
members of the City Commission, City Manager's Office, and the citizens of Salina. Thank you for this opportunity. EMS Week proclamation to designate the week of May 15 through 21, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week, whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventive medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical providers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week, now therefore, I, Trent W. Davis, MD, Mayor of Salina, Kansas, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15 through 21, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week with the EMS Strong theme, Rising to the Challenge. I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Signed, Trent W. Davis, MD, Mayor.
Thank you. When I read this very quickly, my eyes transposed the words, and I thought it said theme song, Rising to the Challenge, and I thought we were going to get a performance, but it does say
Well,
wrong
they
thing.
did have the dance routine set up, Mr. Mayor. But I would like to ask them to come up to receive that proclamation from you because it is about them and what they do.
What can the citizens do this week or the week of the 15th and 21st to show our appreciation?
Well, the citizens can certainly be mindful of, particularly this week coming up with the heat, even though we're before the 15th, be mindful of hydration, be mindful of their neighbors, check on their neighbors, check on your loved ones.
Very good advice. Thank you.
Gentlemen, come down. Come on. Come on. No, yeah, come on. We're going up to the... I'm good right here. It's about you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, gentlemen.
You really don't know the luxury you have to just dial 3 little numbers. Somebody answers at your front door in 3 minutes. And as physicians in the hospital, we greatly appreciate the care that you guys give folks before they get to the hospital, the information you gather. It's like having all the stuff we need just brought to us on a plate, and we have no idea of all the work you have to go through to get that information. And you get them to us alive. They survive the hospital because you got them there in time. And so thank you very much for the work you do.
Thank you guys for the support that you provide.
Thank you. You're welcome. And if you're bored, you can stay for the rest of the meeting. We'll understand. Okay.
Gotta go on a call.
We will now move into our public hearings.
Item 4.1, public hearing, dangerous structures located at 244 East Diamond Drive, 615 South 9th, and 619 South Santa Fe. 4.1A, conduct the public hearing. 4.1B, approve resolution number 22-8047, finding that the structure at 244 East Diamond Drive is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed, and the premises made safe and secure, fixing a time of 30 days for commencement of work and 60 days within which the repair or removal shall be completed, and authorizing staff to proceed with the demolition or repair if the owner fails to comply. 4.1C, approve resolution number 22-8048, finding that the structure at 615 South 9th is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed, and the premises made safe and secure, fixing a time of 30 days for commencement of work and 60 days within which the repair or removal shall be completed, and authorizing staff to proceed with the demolition or repair if the owner fails to comply. 4.1D, approve resolution number 22-8049, finding that the structure at 619 South Santa Fe is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed and the premises made safe and secure, fixing a time of 30 days for commencement of work and 60 days within which the repair or removal shall be completed, and authorizing staff to proceed with the demolition or repair if the owner fails to comply.
Mr. Pilcher, I guess you're going to be here for a while.
It might take a little bit. We'll start off, before we open the public hearing, I wanted to give a little bit of background information from the blue sheet here, talking about the statutory requirements that are required in order to get to this point where we're at. For starters, of course, you guys are all aware, the City Commission by resolution shall schedule a public hearing. And we did that on March 21st of 2022, scheduling the public hearing for today. The resolution setting the public hearing must be published for 2 consecutive weeks on the same day of the week with at least 30 days prior to the public hearing. We did that on March 24th and March 31st. A copy of the resolution is mailed to the property owners and other identified parties. These identified parties are, we obtain title reports for each property, and then those title reports are then reviewed by Clark Mize Linville for get our appropriate list for the mailings, and that was all done for each property. Those mailings were completed on March 23rd, and then of course, this being a public hearing, you guys haven't received, the commission has not received any information about the properties other than the brief description giving at the request for a public hearing. And that's so that they may not receive any of the information, so we don't have any outside discussions on this or make any decisions prior to the meeting. So all the information was given to you guys today. On a fiscal note for each property, so far expenses incurred as far as the dangerous structures go are about 343 for East Diamond, 615 South 9th, 350, and 619 South Santa Fe has been 350, and that's for title report, certified mailings, and legal counsel for a review of those for each one. So with that, we can open the first public hearing for 244 East Diamond Drive.
I just want to ask the city attorney one question. Do we need to open 3 separate hearings or just one?
I think it might be best,
Because there are 3 separate
Mayor, to conduct those as 3 separate if that's not too inconvenient for the governing body.
Nope.
That would be abundantly clear that way as to what was heard in relation to each one.
All right. So we will conduct the public hearing on Resolution 22-8047.
Okay. The first address is 244 East Diamond Drive. We'll start off with, I kind of already covered the required process a little bit, but we'll kind of just go over this just so it's inside the hearing. I'll make this brief. The resolution to pass the public hearing was on May 21st. That was Resolution 220831, setting hearing date for May 9th. Was published 2 times in the Salina Journal, March 24th and March 31st. A copy of the resolution was mailed on, completed on March 30th, 2022. Then we'll conduct the public hearing. The commission will hear evidence from the building official as well as the property owner, if present, and other interested parties on as to whether or not the structure is dangerous or unsafe. At the conclusion of this hearing, City Commission will determine if the structure is unsafe or dangerous. If dangerous, then a resolution must be passed by the City Commission. The resolution needs to establish a reasonable time for the property owner to commence and complete repairs or demolition of the structure, and state that if the property owner fails to complete or diligently prosecute the same until work is complete, the city will cause the structure to be repaired or demolished. The resolution must be published in the city's official newspaper and mailed to the property owners and identified parties of interest. The cost to the city. If the city is to perform the demolition, state law provides that process. City may sell or salvage anything from the structure. The costs beyond that will be billed to the property owner and payable within 30 days. If the owner fails to make payment, the costs are placed as a special assessment against the land on which the structure is located. And the costs incurred so far have been, like I said before, investigation, research, site inspection, title report, legal counsel, and so on and so forth. Okay. This next one just talks about what I said before. No evidence has been provided to anyone prior to this meeting unless the property owner or other interested party requested it, and I have had no one request it. So, building officials' recommendation. City of Salina Building Services Division has determined that the following structure is dangerous and unsafe, and as defined by the City of Salina ordinances and Kansas statutes annotated. There's your address, legal description, 244 East Diamond Drive. It is used to be a hotel. It is vacant. Taxes and other assessments, property taxes are owed for the property for 2020 and 21, totaling $12,407.12. Here's a list of the identified parties garnered from the title report. Ankit Patel, and then we also mailed to unknown spouse of Mr. Patel, and then these are the unknown occupant. We always have to mail one to there, even though I don't think anyone picked it up at that hotel. And then Salina County, Kansas. Contents of the mailing that we sent to them were a cover letter, dangerous structures inspection checklist, and the resolution showing that the meeting for the public hearing was today. The property was posted on April 14th with another placard containing information about the public hearing. Okay, getting a little bit to the meat of it here. On the background, this property came to the attention of Development Services due to Neighborhood Services inspection in May of 2018. Officers found the hotel building had been abandoned and many of the doors of the structure had been broken into by vagrants. Large amounts of trash were found about the property. Officers cited the owner for trash and unsecured structure. After multiple attempts to contact the owner, the building was secured by the property owner but the vagrant problem persisted with further trash notices being issued in June of 2018. Neighborhood services staff continued to periodically monitor the building and ensure windows and doors were secured. December 10th, 2021, a fire occurred causing major damage to the entirety of the building. A notice was sent to the property owner and received on December 22nd, 2021, advising that the structure be secured and or repaired and or demolished in a timely manner. Building services staff did not hear from the property owner, so the dangerous structure the process was started in February of 22. Going down here is a timeline of the kind of the stuff I just mentioned. The initial inspection, notices sent for the trash, property boarded, fire occurred, post-fire violation notice sent, and then we did a dangerous structure inspection on February 9th. We start this process out with just a simple violation notice. Tells them to, get the property in order in lieu of having to do this process. Request for public hearing March 21st, and then arriving back today, May 9th. No work has been commenced to date pertaining to the violation order, and property owner called in early April and requested a list of licensed demolition contractors with the city. Moving on, a lot of you may have seen this since it's kind of right off the interstate, but that's the state of it now. These photos were taken in 21, late 21, soon after the fire, but it looks very similar to that now. You can just kind of slowly bump through those if you want to. You can see there's pretty severe structural damage throughout. The roof is pretty well gone, and it's gutted quite a bit of the inside. Required repairs, structural analysis will need to be performed by a Kansas licensed engineer to make structural repairs, replace and repair damaged doors, windows, and egress paths. Plumbing and mechanical systems are in disrepair and will need to be returned to working condition. Gas and electric meters have been pulled and cannot be restored until damage is repaired or removed, and a permit from the city of Salina will be required for repairs or demolition of the building. In conclusion, the building official has determined that the structure is unsafe and dangerous. And the building official requests that the government body make findings by resolution that the structure is unsafe and dangerous, direct the structure to be repaired or removed, and fix a reasonable time for that to take place. And we'd recommend item 1 identified on the blue sheet, and if you go back to here, there's your 4 options there, and I won't read them all out loud to you. You guys can see that. I have it highlighted under the address there on the blue sheet. And
Any
I'd be
questions?
happy to answer questions.
No questions.
Maybe this might be for the chief. Did they ever determine the cause of the fire?
Not as far as I'm aware, but I don't know that for sure. They did have a fairly significant problem with vagrants, people breaking into it. I don't know if that was the cause or not, but I don't know.
Likely.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a representative, or the owner or a representative of the owner? Okay, thank you. Mr. Patel?
Yes,
Hi. You've been able to hear the information given so far?
I have, sir, yes. And there's someone else on the line as well. She's called in, Michelle O'Malley. If,
We'll see if we,
Michelle, I think you're muted.
we are tracking her down on the screen.
She's the 913-706 phone number. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Michelle O'Malley. I am Mr. Patel's attorney, and I practice with Spanberg, Phoenix, and Von Gontard in Kansas City.
Thank you. Welcome. Did either one of you wish to offer any information, comments, concerns?
Yes. I do have some comments to make. Thank you for hearing us today. This property has been owned by Mr. Patel for several years. In December of 2016, Mr. Patel and his affiliated company, Diamond Salina LLC, sold this property and the adjacent motel, which I believe now is under a budget in flag, to Shri Balaji Investments, LLC. This transaction was by virtue of a contract for deed and a promissory note. Through this agreement, Shri Balaji took exclusive control and possession of the motel that was damaged by the fire. They are obligated under that agreement to be responsible for the care, maintenance, taxes, and insuring the motel. Mr. Patel did not learn of the fire damage until he was contacted by the city. And since that time, he has made demand on the buyer to resolve this matter. Obviously, that hasn't happened. He discovered that Shri did not have insurance on the motel. And unfortunately, Shri Balaji has just not taken any action to remediate. Mr. Patel sent me the agenda and the packet for today's hearing. We recognize that the city's resolution declaring the motel unsafe and subject to demolition will likely be approved. And Mr. Patel does not contest the issue that the building is unrepairable and needs to be demolished and removed. The point we want to address today is really the timing of option one, which was recommended by the city to have a 30-day period to begin the process of removing the structure, and then an additional 30 days thereafter to complete it. Since Mr. Patel had been in discussions with Mr. Pilcher about this process, he has been in discussion with McPherson Excavating out of Topeka, Kansas. He is awaiting McPherson's bid, but McPherson has already advised him that their lead time to begin work is at least 5 months from the date of contract. So if we signed a contract today, it's likely that McPherson wouldn't be able to start bringing equipment out to the property until October. We have also requested bids from Buyer Construction out of Manhattan and Blixit Construction and Demo out of Chapman, and we're waiting on bid information from them and potential start dates. Obviously, the contractors need to visit the properties in order to prepare a proper bid. Given the age of this structure, that might impact the mechanisms that a demolition crew would need to take in order to properly remediate the property. So, in light of the fact that we're still working to obtain bids, and if McPherson Excavating is any indication of the lead time for excavators who are qualified to demo out this type of structure, the 30-day, 60-day period is likely not something we can meet. But we do want to work with the city, and we do want to get this resolved. So we would request that the city approve option 2 with a timeline of 90 days to solicit, obtain the bids, and enter into a demolition contract with the contractor. We will provide the city with a copy of the contract as soon as we execute it that demonstrates the anticipated start date. Obviously, the lead time for commencement of the work will be dependent upon our contractor's schedule, and we will certainly notify the city when work has commenced. Of course, there will be permits issued and whatnot through that process, so you should be well aware of what's happening. And then the completion time, we don't want to unnecessarily delay, but that again is going to be based upon the contractor's schedule and any weather conditions that might crop up. So we would anticipate giving reports as you wish, whether that's biweekly or weekly, as to what progress is occurring, and then make a final report as soon as the job is done. Despite the circumstances, this is something new to Mr. Patel, and so the process, there's been a learning curve, and I'm involved now, and we want to take steps to get this done as reasonably soon as possible. We would just ask the city allow us some leeway to get the contractor in there so that we can get the job done. Mr. Patel may have some comments as well, if you don't have any questions for me.
Just two questions. One, could you spell the name of the company the building was sold to in 2016?
Yes. It is SHREE, next word, BALAJEE, Investments, LLC.
Thank you. And just to make sure I'm keeping up with you, was the property actually sold so that Mr. Patel no longer owns it, or is he still has ownership?
It was a contract for deed. So the buyer is continuing to pay their obligation on the contract for deed. It is not complete yet. As part of their contract obligations, they are to pay the taxes, maintain the properties, make sure the properties are insured. Mr. Patel has brought prior taxes that were in arrears. He's paid those to keep it from going to tax sale, and we continue to monitor that to make sure that the buyers do their obligation and get those taxes paid when due.
All right, so any insurance obligation would have been on, not on Mr. Patel, but the prospective buyer?
That's correct.
All right. And just before I turn the floor over to Mr. Patel, any other questions for Attorney O'Malley? All right, Mr. Patel, thanks for being here, and the floor is yours.
No, good afternoon. Apologies for not being able to be there present, but appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to be here via Zoom. When we purchased this property and renovated the structure at 222 a handful of years ago, I'm located in St. Louis, Missouri, and so it was difficult for us to manage, and so we ended up selling to the current folks that are operating. And like Michelle mentioned, we sold both parcels, the property that they're currently operating, along with 244. Fast forward to December. I did not even know about the fire until I received a call from Mark Smith. He called to break the news, and I was surprised that the folks operating didn't even have the decency to pick up the phone and call me to let me know what was going on. And so Mark was kind enough to forward me some pictures, and that's when I then went about the route that I had to take, notifying the operators, letting them know that they had to turn this over to their insurance. I did not hear from them. I kept calling them. I then contacted their insurance company, only to find out that the adjacent structure was never insured. And so fast forward, I got notices from the city and from Mr. Pilcher. I also informed Balaji, and those notices went unanswered. I did reach out to Mr. Pilcher, and he and I spoke. He provided me with a list, an Excel spreadsheet with a list of contractors that are licensed by the city. I've reached out to about 8 or 9 of them I'm still waiting for callbacks. There have been a few whose numbers are disconnected. There's some people that just said that they don't have the staff to do the work or that they don't do this big of a demolition job. I wish I would have had a proposal here to present, but unfortunately, my hands are tied because I don't do demolition work, so I have to, hire the professionals to do that work. So I understand the structure is damaged, and we have to do something about it. Like Michelle mentioned, we're willing to move forward and take care of it. We need some additional time.
Thank you very much. Any questions from other commissioners? City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, if I may, I did have a point of clarification with Ms. O'Malley, if I may, real quick.
Sure.
Ms. O'Malley, I'm Greg Bengtson, legal counsel to the city. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
In relation to the mayor's question, am I correct that the LLC owned by Mr. Patel that you identified at the outset of your comments continues to be the record owner of the property under that contract for deed arrangement?
With regard to the property that has been damaged by the fire, and we're talking about today, it continues to be in the name of Mr. Patel individually,
Okay.
subject to the contract for deed. The other hotel that continues to operate there is owned by, the fee owner is Diamond Salina LLC, which is part of Mr. Patel's business operations, again, subject to the contract for deed that we have outstanding.
Thank you.
Does that clarify it?
I think so. I'm looking to the mayor and commissioners to make sure that everyone's clear on who does actually hold record title at this point in time, and that contract for deed is certainly an appropriate means of conducting a sale, but title does not transfer until the full obligation of the series of payments under the contract has been satisfied, and that's normally at the end of that period is when title would transfer, and that has apparently not yet occurred.
Does the city of Salina require insurance be held by the owner or person purchasing?
In the case of privately owned property such as this, there would not be any city mandated insurance coverage.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, Mr. Patel and Attorney O'Malley, we're going to have a public comment section, so if you want to stay connected, we appreciate it. Any questions, comments from the public? Any online, Mr. Woods? No? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing portion and brings back to the commissioners for discussion or action.
So I need to turn that on. I do have a question for city staff. I'm guessing that as far as finding someone to demo this building, we would run into the same issue that Mr. Patel has as far as finding someone that could do it in a timely manner?
In order, before I started this process, I did call a couple of the contractors who normally get our bids from whenever we do things like this, and I got bid amounts from them, but I did not, at the time, did not get timelines from them. So just to kind of see where we were at budget-wise to be able to tackle something like this, I wanted to get some numbers, but I did not get timelines.
And
But
I don't know if
the job was not considered too large?
No, the two that I called were both able to do it.
And were the names of those two businesses also given to Mr. Patel to
Yes.
contact? Okay.
Yes.
And then I don't know that it's exactly analogous, but I'm sure you recall that we contracted for demolition of the rodeo grounds as part of the tennis project. And the time, a little bit of time has lapsed, but we did that through an RFP process and found multiple bidders to be responsive. I have to assume that structure's similar in terms of significance compared to the hotel. And we found bidders to be responsive both in terms of turning in their bids and willingness to initiate the project. But that was this spring.
And the taker of that bid was outside the state?
Well, that was G&G Dozer. They're located outside the community, but within the state.
The meaning of the word commencement, how significant is that? If we give them an extended time for commencement?
Normally, what I use for commencement is have they applied for and received a permit. So they don't need to have half the building torn down to get commencement, to get that ticket punched. They need to have a
They would have
permit
to
in
have a
place.
contract in place with someone to
Right.
perform the work?
Yes.
And to address kind of the back end of that, the resolution also then specifies a date for substantial completion. So you may pull the
And that
permit
is
by
something that could
commencement.
be
but
amended as the
could.
discussion goes forward?
Yeah, it's within your discretion as the governing body.
Yeah, if you go with item 2, it reads pretty much the same as item 1, but then you guys just pick what dates you think work best. They use the 30, 60-day as kind of a static boilerplate thing that we use for all these, and it can kind of move around from there depending on what the needs are and what the needs of the city and the needs of the property owner.
Well, I think it
How
would be
much-
fair to request they have a contract established at a minimum within 30 days. If you have reached out to contractors, I don't see that they need to be set on the one firm out of Topeka.
Yeah, I think they're trying to contact others, and the fact that some of them have come into town to give a bid before they, they'll look at it. I prefer, I think Mr. Patel's legal counsel set up a kind of a decent scenario. Again, I would prefer to see the owner pay to have it demolished than us do that. Based on what we're running into, if you've had any type of work done, there's significant lag time in getting people out. I would not have a problem with a 60. I could even live with a 90-day contract that was signed and done with a valid bonded contractor with a start date. I would probably be okay with that.
I too would be much more interested in seeing Mr. Patel clean this up. How much of a danger is this? Is the site secure at this point, or can
No, it
people-
is not.
It's out there on the highway.
I think that if we do give them an extended time to commence and complete, I think we should definitely put some conditions on that they secure the building, because right now it is not.
Is it still an issue with people in there?
I don't believe it's as bad now because it's kind of a charred mess. Not a lot of people hang out in there. Before it was an abandoned hotel, and it was, people were living in there. But now I haven't seen a problem with people in it. However, it is not secured, so if someone could go climbing through there and potentially hurt themselves, I guess.
When we secure something like that, do we require a fence around the property? Do we require it to be boarded up? What is our requirement when we secure a property?
We do have a fencing standard, or excuse me, a boarding up standard that we use. Although in a burnt building like this, I don't know if it would be as useful, because there's not a lot of maybe areas to attach the boarding to. So a fencing would be appropriate in this case, probably.
All right. Sounds like we've got some reasonable options. Entertain a
I
motion.
guess I'd see if Mr. Patel or his legal counsel had any comments to those.
Yes, we certainly appreciate the interest in helping us out with some time. If there is an additional requirement for trying to secure the property, Mr. Pilcher, if I can work with you on what those requirements are so we can get them to Mr. Patel, whatever the city ordinance requirements are. Likewise, I don't know the state of the building. I haven't seen it personally, so I don't know what other than a fence could maybe be done to secure the property.
Yeah, it would be I wouldn't say impossible, but very difficult to board up a structure like this one. If I suppose
Certainly.
we could definitely take maybe a deeper look at it, but I think a fence is probably your best option.
And the fence would at least
Okay.
keep the casual observer out of the building.
Right.
Right.
I would look to Mr. Patel or his attorney. Do you believe you could come up with a valid contract within 60 days? You asked for 90. I guess we're negotiating here.
Sure, yeah. That would certainly be our objective. We don't want to unduly delay this. We set 90 days just to try and accommodate contractor schedules. If we're right up against the 60-day deadline and we're still waiting on some information, we could certainly notify the city and give you an update on our progress, and then maybe if it's allowable, let us finish up shortly thereafter to secure a contract. We do have a lot of calls out to contractors, and we've solicited bids, so hopefully those will be coming in the very near future so we can get this underway.
Just to also chime in here, on that spreadsheet that Mr. Pilcher had provided, there are a whole bunch of contractors, and at the bottom of the spreadsheet, there's, I think, 4 demo contractors, one of which has an 888 or 866 phone number, in which I didn't reach out to them, but there's 3 others that I reached out to. Aside from those 3, it's basically calling all the other contractors on the list and saying, hey, are you a demo contractor? No, I'm not. Okay, on to the next. So it's a tedious process. If it was broken out that there were 10 or 15 that specifically do demolition work, it'd be a little bit easier. But there's some general contractors that do demo work and do other work, but it's a matter of calling them.
Right. With the way the City of Salina's contractor licensing goes, you can be licensed as just a demo contractor. However, Class A and B contractors are allowed to do both. Now, whether they are willing to, that's up to them, and we don't have a list that what types of work each one is willing to do. So that can be, I can see on your end how that can make it difficult, but we can't really keep track of that. But
yeah, no, I understand. I'm just letting the other commission members know that there's 4 options for demo, but aside from that, I have to go and call each other contractor individually, unless the company name says John Doe Electric or John Doe Demolition. I won't know whether they do demolition work or not, so I have to call each person.
Right.
If we are willing to give you leniency on getting this done, can you agree to use the local contractor that Mr. Pilcher's already contacted?
That might depend on the price.
Yeah.
I think that's all.
But we got to get it done, and we think they'll return your call.
Well, if it's helpful, I don't think any experienced contractor will have any difficulty getting licensed in Salina. I mean, you find a contractor you want to work with, I don't think our process is going to be the hindrance.
Okay. So I can pick up. Go ahead, Michelle. Sorry.
I was going to say, Mr. Pilcher said that prior to starting the process, he had solicited some drive-by bids from contractors that are familiar with the city. Maybe if we could get those contractors' names, if we haven't reached out to them already, we could certainly call them and have them give an official bid to us for the project.
I can do that. I can let you know who I got information from before.
That would be great.
Looking at the other commissioner, I think what I would like to see us do is to give them 60 days to enter into a contract with a specific start date, knowing that that's going to be down the road somewhere, as long as they agree to secure the property per city requirements.
And secure the, is that a motion?
Well, I think
do
I've got
we
to.
need a completion date to make it complete?
From staff's perspective, I picked up 4 key points, and dates for each of those or number of days would be helpful. Securing the site, having a demolition contract in place, commencement of the work, and completion of the work. I think 2 of those are additions to the draft that you have before you, and the other 2 are changes in dates that are in the current document.
Completion 90 days beyond the, and
I'd say
assuming they
secure,
can come back
secure
and
the,
appeal.
I'm just talking out loud here, and that's what I was doing before. I guess secure the property within 30 days. Does that sound reasonable,
That sounds
Mr. Pilcher?
reasonable.
Yes.
And then what was the next one?
Contract, having it under contract.
Under contract within 60.
Commencement.
They said they thought it was about 5 months, so it'd be 100.
It'd be-
50?
If you're doing the full 5 months, it'd be the 150 plus the 60 days to get it under contract, so you're up to
Well,
210
could certainly
at that point.
do it 90 to 120 and report back to us at that point in time to see how much more we need to extend it by. I mean, if it's under contract. and
I'm
the-
guessing
and there's a
start date's the important one, because I'm guessing once they start tearing that down, it's going to be a 30-day process, I would guess, at the most, watching, because I don't think we probably have any, don't think there's probably any asbestos or anything left in that to worry about. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, I seem to recall there was, a lot of the plumbing pipe was wrapped in that,
Wrapped in
but I don't know how much of that's left.
Left, yeah. What do you have for a start date after, I mean, I'm looking to the
You know,
commission.
90 if they're out 5 months, now, 120 days is a nice, or 90, because if there's a contract and a start date, I don't see we would have any reason not to extend it. It's a little more work, but.
When you say start date, do you mean start date 120 days after they've secured, that'd be 60, so it'd be 180 days.
It'd be the 90 to 100 after the contract signed,
120, so it'd be
50.
150, yeah, okay. And end date 180?
Yep.
Okay.
And we've manipulated these in the past, and by manipulate, I mean massage them.
Yeah, if somebody's showing good
So-
faith, I think, yeah, obviously, we'll work with them. So if they run into some issues with
No, it's
something.
moving forward.
Right. Now, would you like to make that a formal motion?
Yeah, do I need, I move we approve resolution number 228047, fixing alternative dates to be securing a contract with a valid contractor within, securing the property within 30 days, securing a contract with a valid and licensed contractor within 60, start date to be within 150 days from that date, and ending, okay, I guess we should say start date 150 days and ending at 180 days. Does that make sense? Does that read correctly?
Does to me.
Depends.
So that's commencement at 120 and completion in 150?
Start in 150 days from today
From today.
and ending in 180 days from today.
If you'd allow me, I'll try to make a run at the rewording of Section 2, based on what I just heard. The owner is directed to repair or remove the structures and to make the premises safe and secure within 30 days. The demolition work shall be under contract with a valid and licensed contractor within 60 days. Demolition work shall be commenced within 150 days.
Right.
And shall be diligently prosecuted so as to allow for substantial completion of all demolition work no later than 180 days. And then for the purposes of this resolution, and I guess we could do the math, if you'll authorize us to do the math and insert the applicable dates, we can do
Right.
that as well.
Perfect.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
And to any children watching, you see the value of going to English class and a liberal arts college. All right. Any more discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And this public hearing is closed. Mr. Patel and Attorney O'Malley, hope that meets with your satisfaction, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay,
We
thank you.
appreciate your time today.
You're more than welcome. All right, we will now move to 4.1C.
And that one is the 615 South 9th? Is that?
Yes.
C? Okay, I don't have my agenda up
Yeah.
here. Okay,
So we'll open the public hearing for 615 South 9th, Resolution 22-8048.
okay. The first part of this is very similar to the one before. It talks about the required process. The resolution to conduct the public hearing was the same day, March 21st, scheduled for May 9th, 2022. It was published 2 times, 30 days prior to the public hearing on March 24th and 31st. A copy of the resolution was mailed to interested parties on March 23rd. Conduct the public hearing, which is what we are trying to do today. At the conclusion of the hearing, we'll run through the same steps we just did. The commission shall determine if it's dangerous or unsafe. If dangerous, you'll pass a resolution affixing a commencement date and a completion date. The resolution will be published in the city's official newspaper. And then the cost of the city is the same as before. The property owner, if we have to abate the property, the city has to abate the property, property owner will be billed and is payable within 30 days. If it's failed to make payment, it will be assessed to the property taxes. Again, initial costs have been investigation, title report, and legal fees, and certified mailings. Again, to ensure procedural fairness, the building official's evidence is not enclosed with the staff report or the blue sheet to the city commission prior to the meeting. You guys just got that information today. And moving on to my recommendation, City of Salina Building Services Division has determined that the following structure is dangerous and unsafe as defined by the Salina ordinances and Kansas statutes. Address 615 South 9th. Got your legal description there. The building description is a single-family dwelling. It's got 1 detached garage and 1 accessory building. Occupancy status is vacant. Property taxes owed for 20 and 21. Total $1,495.02. Identified parties from our title report, and that was reviewed by Clark Mize Linville. Patricia Ann Hers, a.k.a. Patricia Ann Barr. She is deceased. Brian L. Hers and Saline County, Kansas. Those mail dates were March 23rd. The only one that was received was to Saline County, Kansas. Moving into the background. Property came to the attention of Development Services due to a citizen request about the structure in June of 2014. It's been a little while. At that time, there were some dilapidation issues, but none of it moved into the dangerous category. The notice was sent, but was returned, and corrections were not completed. The same issues were cited again in October of 2018, and again, the corrections went uncompleted. Property owner passed away July 30th, 2020. The property continued to decay, and in October of 21, a dangerous structure inspection was done and the house was found to be dangerous. A notice in order to abate a dangerous structure, a violation notice, was sent February 15th with a deadline for repairs of April 4th. Only one of the 11 criteria on the dangerous structure inspection checklist, which you guys have on the back of your building official request for condemnation, needs to be met for the structure to be considered dangerous. The property had 9 areas of concern as noted in the attached dangerous structure inspection checklist. Going back through the timeline of some of the stuff I just mentioned, initial complaint, violation notices sent, property owner passes away in 2020, dangerous structure assessment October of 21. Moving down, the notice of to order and abate a dangerous structure in February 15th of 22 of this year. Request for public hearing. The public hearing and the drive-by inspection was done today. No visible changes to the property. Property owner is not, or representatives have not contacted building services throughout the process and have not completed any of the work that we had talked about. Here are some photos of the property. The front, you can't see too much there. The next picture down, you can see some of the fascia falling away. I think that's just guttering and flashing there. The next picture down shows foundation cracks and is starting to heave in there. The next picture shows soffit and part of the roof starting to deteriorate away. The next picture shows a large hole in the roof. I think a tree branch fell on it. Anyway, the roof's in some pretty sad shape, so it looks like anytime it rains, you're getting a rain shower inside as well. The next one shows another part of the soffit rotting away. Next one, same thing, windows broken, roof decay, so on and so forth. The next one's just a backed up picture of that one showing the same area of the roof where the problems are occurring. Required repairs, foundation walls on the south and east sides of the structure will need to be replaced. Plumbing and mechanical systems are in disrepair, will need to be returned to working condition. Electric and gas meters have been pulled and cannot be restored until damage is either repaired or removed. Windows and doors on the property have been boarded up to prevent entrance into the structure and will need to be repaired in order to approve occupancy. And one item I had on here that I did not have on the PowerPoint was about the roof, and roof fascia and soffits are in severe disrepair, need to be replaced or repaired. At the conclusion, the building official has determined that this structure is unsafe and dangerous. The building official therefore requests that the governing body make findings by resolution that the structure is unsafe and dangerous, direct the structure to be repaired or removed, and fix a reasonable time with the repair or removal. The structure shall be completed. And again, option one is on your blue sheet. Under 615 South 9th Street, it has the same dates as the other ones of 30 days for commencement of work and 60 days for completion of the work. And that is all the information I have for this one. Be happy to answer any questions.
Two questions. On the timeline, the deadline to apply for demo or repair permit expired on June 7, 2021. That deadline was a result of the action taken, hadn't been before then, 2020, or is that 21 there a typo?
On which row are you
The
on?
page, the property activity, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth line under results and notes.
Are you looking on the PowerPoint stuff or the building official's request for?
Building.
Oh, okay.
The report,
Let me
yeah.
get that one out, sorry. I'm on the wrong one there.
It's page 2 of 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where, it said dangerous structure assessment completed, property owner passes away. Notice and order abate a dangerous structure sent, is that, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, that's supposed to be 22.
Okay. And,
Well, wait, no.
No?
February, actually, it's February 15th, 21 was sent. And then June's expired. Yeah, I got that date wrong. Usually I give 30 days, so it's probably supposed to be March 7th, 21 or 22, and not June 7th.
so it is 2022?
If the notice was sent in February, then March 7th, 22. Sorry, I got that one,
Okay.
that date typoed in there.
And just for general understanding, how long or does not you personally, but the office typically wait before doing another status inspection? I notice the status inspection is 4 years after the first notice. I would assume that's an outlier. But
Yeah, it is. The initial violation notices that were sent were not necessarily at a dangerous structure level yet, so those we'll send notice, and then we'll follow up. And there's other follow-up things in here that I didn't put down every single thing, otherwise it'd be 7 pages long here, about follow-ups. We'll drive by, they'll say, we'll have notes in our system, say violations still exist, or something to that effect.
So this doesn't mean there was just no action on this case for 4 years?
No. We definitely, tried to keep an eye on it, and then it finally got to a point where this is getting more serious than just, general dilapidation, needs paint, fix a small soffit problem or whatever, but it just kind of got worse and worse and worse, and so it got to this point.
All right, any questions for Mr. Pilcher? No. I'm assuming, no, going on a limb, you're representative of owner or the?
Wife, yeah.
Your,
I don't know what to do.
Well, first, come on over here, that way we can make sure everybody can hear you, and give the clerk your name and.
Brian Hers.
Okay.
I live at 651 South Second. I moved out of there because the kids, after my wife had cancer and passed away, the kids didn't want me living there because of the stairs. I have a prosthetic leg, and now I got a screwed up hand, and it took 2.5 years to get my hand straightened out, and it still isn't straightened out. That's why I haven't done any work on the premises. The kids won't let me back in because Patty said in her will, but there was no will, it goes to the kids. The kids don't want nothing to do with the house, so I have no idea what to do.
All righty, and legally, certainly, I won't be giving any advice, and I don't know if the city attorney can refer you to someone to get some advice, but, so you're not living in the house now?
No, they made me move to an apartment. So I paid for the house and have to move out after my wife
All
passed
right,
away,
so you've been receiving the notices?
yeah.
All right, do you have any?
I got the
Plans?
one that was on the front door.
Okay.
And all I got to get out of there really is a couple file cabinets that have when I did acoustical ceilings, and I did most of these in this building, that get the files out of there and a few other things. Otherwise, the neighbor next door wants to buy the place, so I don't know how to go about going through the city or whatever, so to get to take over the place.
Okay, so that would be your end goal, so to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm doing this from memory, but I believe when dangerous structures are sold, the same restriction applies to the new owner. Any other questions, concerns here?
But you are not the deed holder to the house. Is
Nope.
it her estate
Good
or
point.
the other?
I married her,
owner?
that's all. She said the house goes to the kids. So I have no idea what to do.
So, yeah, we appreciate your information, but we should be talking to the owners of the structure. Is that correct?
Well, the kids, none of the kids want it. She has 5 kids, and none of them want it. So I don't know what to do.
Any of them live in Salina?
Yeah,
And
all of them but one.
Did we notice them, Mr. Pilcher?
No.
No, sir, the title report did not show up any other owners.
Has the probate process with the loss of your wife taken place?
No.
Has any action at all as far as acting on her will taken place?
Nothing.
And you're in contact with the kids?
Yeah.
All right.
Call them every day. And I've asked them, help me move some of my stuff out. I get no reply.
All right.
I get along with the kids, but anytime I need help, I get no reply.
Okay. So it sounds like somehow you need to get the 5 kids down, and the 6 of you have a discussion with Mr.
And find out what to do.
Pilcher. Well, so they can at least see what the situation is. I mean, we still have to address this, but, I mean, if there are extenuating circumstances, we can, I would imagine, I'm just speaking for myself, give you some time to do that.
It sounds to me like you need to have a mediation with the
Because
kids.
I redid the roof on the front of the porch, and Gary Peterman climbed down my throat, and that was a day before I had surgery on my hand. Mark Smith was the one that finally leveled it out, got in between me and him. And I thank Mark for that. He said, get back. Well, I'm still doing physical therapy on the hand, and it's been almost a year. So, otherwise I've done construction all my life, 48 years of it. But right now, with a prosthetic leg and a screwed up hand, you can't do much but pull triggers. That's about it.
Well, it doesn't look like you need to be climbing up on that roof,
No,
that's for sure.
not especially on that roof.
Okay.
So,
What's your schedule, Mr. Pilch, as far as being able to accommodate a meeting with his family?
Anytime you want to set that up, I'd be willing to meet whenever. I'm very flexible. I can meet whenever you
Okay.
can get them together and we can,
get together.
yeah, for sure.
And sometimes deadlines help speed those meetings up. So I don't know what would be, if other commissioners think this would be a good idea, a reasonable period of time.
Thank you.
I think personally, we move forward with this timeline. There's, again, we have a deceased person that's in fee title. There's going to have to be a probate done. If anybody wants a probate done, it may not happen. I guess I think we personally need to move forward, and then it is a dangerous structure. I don't see anything being done to it in the near future, obviously, with the fact that we don't even know who's going to be the owner. We don't know who when it goes through a probate, we don't know who the judge would even assign as ownership.
So to whom would we send the bill for demolition?
It goes on the taxes like everything else.
But that eventually, someone ends up representing that property as far as being responsible for the taxes.
Well, if it goes to, they either pay the taxes or it goes to tax foreclosure, and then somebody has the opportunity, a neighbor or somebody, to purchase it.
At that point, they'd be purchasing the vacant lot.
Vacant lot,
and
yeah.
our costs would be assessed against the property.
Yeah.
It's been on deck since 2014,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
That's what, I was just going to say the same thing. We're obviously, if you look at the total amount of time, a month here, I don't think is
You're way past a month,
for,
anything, in my opinion.
so the process, exhibit, the court-determined owner would be the one to have to sell it. And that, would you happen to have just a rough estimate ballpark of time?
Well, it would depend on primarily whether there was a will and the date of death, as to whether either a descent proceeding or a probate
Yeah.
or administration,
When did
there
she
was
pass
no will.
away?
I don't,
It's set in
that's
here.
noted, I'm sorry. I
July
didn't-
30th of 2020.
July 30th.
If there's not been a will entered into the court, it's invalid after 6 months.
That's correct, yeah.
So if no will's been admitted into the court, the will wouldn't be probatable at this point.
It sounds like a dissent proceeding
Yeah.
would be probably what it would take, and that involves, the notice period on a dissent proceeding is 30 days. There's a petition that has to be prepared, and that notice has to be formally given and published, and then it's a matter of scheduling with the court based on that satisfaction of that notice requirement. So I suppose start to finish, it's more of a 60 to 90-day type situation. If someone
If somebody
is willing
do
to
that,
go
somebody
forward
has
and
to be
do
willing to
that.
do that, yeah.
If we made commencement 60 days, that would be giving you an opportunity to mediate this with
Sounds
family. And at that point, I think it'd be clear whether they're going to step forward and do anything. Maybe
That's
think
all right. No problem.
60 days, and then whatever's recommended after that, 30 days beyond that, we'd be allowing a little extra time for them to mediate. I mean, you all need to solve your relationship problems more than find somebody to prosecute the work.
Is that a motion?
So,
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't closed the hearing yet, so don't make a motion yet.
oh, yeah.
Okay.
We better,
Did you have any other comments?
No.
All right. Any comments from the public? Opinion? Please come forward to the podium. You can have a seat, Mr. Hers, if you want to.
Sorry. Hello, I'm John Nelson. I live at 231 West Prescott. And I just want to say, Mr. Hers, I'm sorry for everything you've gone through. And I can understand exactly where you're at. More than the structure that I think is dangerous and a problem, what pictures didn't show was the backyard with all the cats. And from a humane perspective, I think something has to be done with that.
I only got 2 kitties.
And are they spayed or neutered?
No.
Okay, and that's more the concern. And I have people that would like to help even pay for that if you were willing to allow them to trap and take them somewhere and have them spayed or neutered, if that was okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to make aware that there's more going on than just,
Most of the cats are 2 doors down.
okay. But it looks like they're fed.
at our next one.
They're fed there because of all the cans that are multiple.
They get fed quite well.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're feeding them or if others are. Or,
I do every morning, every night.
yeah, so that's an issue.
Perpetuating so the cats know it as a gathering place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, that's my concern is that more than just being a dangerous structure is the nuisance of the cats, and then if they're not spayed or neutered, the offspring, and then having more cats. And from a humane perspective, I just think that we need to do something, and I'd be happy to help with that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I'm just curious, that you're not living there, so you come over there every day to feed them twice a day?
10 o'clock and 4 o'clock. And they get fed quite well.
Okay. So there's several social issues that need to be resolved here. Okay. One more comment here. Come on.
Question.
Name to the clerk. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Dalton McDowell, Salina. Sorry. If there's this many animals like they're saying, has the shelter been involved in any of this? Because the shelter is a no-kill shelter.
True.
Yeah, I don't know if the shelter's been involved in this particular case, but they will trap, spay, and neuter and release. And that actually is a strategy. If you have more spayed and neutered cats in circulation, it helps decrease the overall population.
All right. So we can extend an invitation to the shelter to investigate. All right. No other comments. I'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I would move we approve resolution number 228048, finding the structure at 619 South 9th is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed and the premises made safe and secure, fixing a time of 60 days for the commencement of the work. I'll leave it to staff to pencil in that date.
July 8th.
Thank you. And 90 days within which the repair and removal shall be completed, and authorizing staff to proceed with the demolition or repair if the owner failed to comply.
Second.
It's been moved and
Do we need to add a stipulation on the animal issue? that just
I
came
think
to
the
light?
animal issue is a totally separate
Yeah.
thing.
From a code standpoint, yeah, I think Commissioner Longbine's correct. We can coordinate with Animal Services and the, well, Mr. Hers and his neighbor.
okay,
Would
was
you
gonna
be
say the
willing to
property
take some
owner,
cats
but-
home with you? I think these ladies back here might take one.
so it's been it's moved and seconded to approve resolution 228048, fixing a time of 60 days for commencement of work and 90 days for completion. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hurst. And we will move on to 4.1D. And we can open the public hearing for Resolution 22-8049.
This one is the property for located at 619 South Santa Fe. Again, these are the same as the other ones. Going to start off with the required processes. Pass the resolution on March 21st to hold the public hearing for May 9th. Notification, a resolution was published 2 times on March 24th and March 31st. Copy of the resolution was mailed to interested parties on March 23rd. We'll conduct the public hearing today. At the conclusion of the hearing, same as the other 2, we'll determine if the structure is unsafe or dangerous, and then the commission will pass a resolution fixing a timeline for commencement and completion of the repairs. If the property owner fails to complete this demolition, the city will demolish the structure, and if it's unpaid after 30 days, will be assessed to the taxes. Again, none of this information was given to the City Commission prior to this meeting today to ensure a fair process. The building official's recommendation, the City of Salina Building Services Division has determined that the following structure is a dangerous structure and is dangerous and unsafe structure as defined by the City of Salina ordinances and the Kansas state statutes. Address 619 South Santa Fe. There's a legal description there. Building description is single-family dwelling. Don't have any associated accessory buildings. Occupancy status is vacant. Taxes and assessments owed for the years totaling from 2020 to 2021, totaling $5,828.92. And assessments from the city totaling $567.98 for boarding up the structure. Plus, there's $350.02 that I mentioned earlier in the blue sheet as far as title report, legal expenses, and certified mailings. Identified parties from the title report as reviewed by Clark Mize Linville. Artist Lively is the owner, and then we send to unknown spouse of Artist Lively, Salina Regional Health Center, and Saline County. And then the contents of the mailing that we sent to them are the same as the other ones. We got a cover letter, dangerous structures inspection checklist, and a copy of the resolution for today's meeting. Property was posted on April 14th, 2022 with a placard containing information about today. This property has been on the radar Development Services since 2017. It has been on and off vacant over that time. Staff has issued multiple violations, including unsecured structure, no utilities, trash and debris, and tall grass and weeds. Since 2017, including the notice for building dilapidation, property has been cited 9 times for property maintenance code violations. Property has been broken into on multiple occasions by vagrants, and building inspectors have resecured the building. Currently, it is unsecured. I was just there right before this meeting. Currently, with the deterioration on the roof, the house has fallen into dangerous structure category. There are multiple areas where the roof and soffit area are severely damaged and letting water directly into the structure, which is causing issues with foundation movement. I went down there today. I couldn't get very good photos because it was pretty dark down there, so the photos I tried, but the wall on the north side is leaning a little more than 9 inches in, and the wall on the west side is being supported by railroad ties and landscaping timbers. Timeline, as kind of I already discussed, the first notice was sent in July 17, and some of these, this goes back to 2017, but a lot of these have been addressed. Interior egress and smoke detectors, property was boarded up in 2018 at a cost of $567. Property was broken into by vagrants January 13th, 21, broken in again July 27th. And the city, my building inspector just went over there with their drills and stuff and resealed it back up again. Dangerous structure assessment was completed October of 21. Let's see, notice in order to abate a dangerous structure was sent February 15th, 2022, with the deadline of March 4th, 2022 to apply for a permit. Request for public hearing, March 21st, 22, and the public hearing is today. Drive-by inspection, I actually went inside of it today. I talked to Dana Lively, and he gave me permission to go inside and take a look at it. I don't know if, is Mr. Lively on the phone? Okay. He was planning on being here, and then he couldn't, I think his mother had some medical issues he had to attend to, so he couldn't be here today, but he said he might call in. Anyway, no work has been commenced to date pertaining to the violation order. There's a note, a little bit special note on this one. This property is located in the Heritage Conservation District number 3. If the commission decides to pass Resolution 228049 designating the property as dangerous, demolition is the option, and demolition option is chosen by the property owner. Salina Heritage Commission would need to approve any demolition permit that would be applied for by either the property owner or any demolition contractor that the city would hire to complete such work. All right. There is what it looks like today. This picture wasn't taken today, but it looks extremely similar to that picture. You can see some windows that are boarded up there. The next picture is going to show some pretty severe soffit damage there. A lot of water getting into the structure there. You can't see. You can see if you look close. You can. It's hard to get photos of leaning foundation. The next picture shows a little bit more soffit damage. The next one shows a picture of the foundation. It's very difficult to show how it's leaning, but it is pretty severely. That side is on the east side of that picture there where the bricks are. But the west side is definitely worse than the east side, but it's, like I say, it's difficult to get a photograph to show in here of a leaning foundation, but it's in pretty bad shape. The back of it is the rear of the house. You can see that the rear exit is in pretty bad shape. I wouldn't walk up those 4 steps there. You can see the door on the top on the fire escape looking exit there is ajar. It has been, the boarding has been pulled off. There has been vagrants and things in there. I talked to a neighbor. I was there about about 2 weeks ago. Neighbor was saying that at nighttime there's lights on in there, so there were people living in there even though the property was placarded. Come to find out that the power was still on, so I did call Westar and had the meter pulled from there, so hopefully that alleviates that for the time being. The next picture shows pretty severe roof deterioration. You can kind of see on that lower roof there, it's pretty well wide open to the elements there. A lot of water getting in there too. Next picture is just one a little bit further back. You can see they have tried to do a little bit of work on the upper roof, but the lower one and all the soffits are still in pretty bad shape, getting a lot of water inside the building. Required repairs. Foundation walls of the structure will need repaired or replaced. Like I said before, the north side has about 9 inches plus of deflection. The west side leaning in several inches and is supported by railroad ties and landscape timbers, just kind of propped up against it and been wedged in place. Property plumbing and mechanical systems, mechanical and electrical systems are in disrepair and will need to be returned to working condition. Windows and doors of the property have been boarded up to prevent entrance of the structure. Probably prior to demolition, we'll need to reboard those, and then in order to get it off this list, we'll need to get that stuff repaired. Repair damage to the roof and soffits, and electric and gas meters have been pulled and cannot be restored until the damage is either repaired or removed. In conclusion, the building official has determined that this structure is unsafe and dangerous and requests the governing body to make findings by resolution that the structure is unsafe and dangerous direct the structure to be repaired or removed, and fix a reasonable time within which repair and removal shall be completed. And staff recommends option 1 on your blue sheet.
One question from a procedural perspective. What happens if the City Commission and the Heritage Commission have a different opinion about the need to demolish?
I think the Heritage Commission gets a say, and it can be appealed to the City Commission. So the City Commission does get the final say. You can pass the resolution now. The demo permit would have to go to the Heritage Commission, and they can say yay or nay. I'll give a report to them, similar to this one, talking about the deficiencies and the need for demolition. There is a code section. It is 42-469.6, a hazardous structure shall be exempt from the provisions governing the demolition if the building official determines in writing that the structure is currently an imminent hazard to public safety. So what would happen is they would have their meeting, and I would come and kind of present the same information to them. If they say no, then that can be appealed back to you for final say.
Because the only option is either pay to have it repaired or
Right.
demolish it, and I'm assuming the money to do the repair is not there. All right, any questions for Mr. Pilcher?
Yeah, you list on here the Salina Regional Health Center.
Oh, that was the other question, yeah. Why?
Yeah, what involvement do they have?
They must have had some bills with the hospital, I guess, that maybe were assessed to the property as well. They were just named as an interested party in the title report. I don't think they have any vested ownership in the property, but I think you can speak to that maybe better than I can.
Well, are they interested in buying it?
After it's torn down.
Damn it, right.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cut the city attorney out. Were you going to?
No, I was simply going to indicate, my partner, Aaron Martin, examined that title report. So I have not seen it myself, but I would expect it is, as Mr. Pilcher described, a lien that the hospital is able to acquire against the property based on expenses incurred.
Okay. All right, any questions? Oh, and is there any representative from the owner here in person or online?
There is a John on the line. Were you expecting?
I don't know what John involved with this, but
I guess we could ask if John on the screen is related to this property. You could raise your hand or turn on your camera and wave. If you want to remain the way you are, we'll assume that you aren't connected. All right. Any comments from the public? Questions, concerns? All right, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission, just in case the motion's forthcoming. I wanted to ask one question which has nothing to do with this specifically, but that last picture of the backyard, anything in our property maintenance codes that would trigger an automatic visit to this property anyway?
yes, the property owner has been cited for all that stuff as well.
Oh, that's it, okay.
And I did talk with I don't think that notice is expired yet. I think he has a day or two left. The property, he did say that he got in there and tried to get some of the vehicles out, but was having some problems because the other debris was in the way and he needed more help. So he is working on getting it cleaned up, but hopefully that happens very soon. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the deadline is or when we might go in to abate that, but it is on our radar, yes.
And did Mr. Lively have share any plans with you as far as any concrete intentions?
He had several different ideas. One was he thought he had a couple of interested buyers for the building. He also thought about rehabbing it into doing some rehab work on it. He had different ideas on what he wanted, maybe wanted to turn it into. He had different ideas, but haven't come to fruition yet. But he didn't give me a timeline or anything like that of when any of that might happen.
All right, thank you. Any action to be taken?
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 22-8049, finding that the structure at 619 South Santa Fe is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed and the premises made safe and secure, fixing a time of 30 days for commencement of work on or before June 8th, 2022, and 60 days on or before July 8th, 2022, within which the repair or removal shall be completed, and authorizing staff to proceed with the demolition or repair if the owners fail to comply.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 22-8049 as was read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. And thanks for standing up there for an hour. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, could we have a short break?
We may have a short break of 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. All right, we'll come back into regular session and move to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of May 2nd, 2022. Item 5.2, award the bid for project number 22018C, 2022 minor concrete pavement repair 3 for $129,248 with a $6,462.40 construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $135,710.40, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Davis Concrete Construction of Salina upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Is there an item that a commissioner wants to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Mayor Davis, I move we approve consent agenda items 5.1 and 5.2.
I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries 5-0. And we will move on to administration 6.1.
Item 6.1, approve Charter Ordinance Number 41 on second reading, exempting the City of Salina from the provisions of KSA 13-1024A and providing for substitute and additional provisions on the same subject relating to general improvements and the issuance of bonds for the purpose of paying for said improvements, and repealing Charter Ordinance Number 39.
All right, this ordinance was approved on May 2nd on first reading. We had no comments and no changes to the wording.
I believe as commissioners, you may have received some emails directly to your city commission address in response to this, but beyond that, I'm not aware of any additional feedback.
True, okay. Any questions, comments from the commissioners?
After I thought about this, after going through some of the budget, this $4 million is way more than is being requested, and I would like to lower that to $3 million.
All right. Any public comment?
I agree with him. I do too. Is it our tax dollars?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Chad Farber here in Salina. I appreciate what Commissioner Longbine just said. I still have an issue with the need to be bonded at $2.5 million, I believe is what it was referred to us last time, and the request for $4 million. I don't necessarily have a problem with it at this point. I understand the cost of everything are very high. I have a problem with the permanency of changing that ordinance to $4 million, because this will be on the books in perpetuity or until it is changed again. So I do appreciate the input of Commissioner Longbine. I think that's a more realistic idea of this charter ordinance. Again, if we need 2.5, why jump to 4 million at this point? Yes, I do appreciate that. I know you probably didn't hear all the comments from these who were not at the microphone, but there were several others that agreed with you as well. So I would encourage you to at least consider Commissioner Longbine's proposal on that.
Just there's no, you're fine. The $4 million would apply only to project category I. And I don't know how many times we'll be doing baseball, softball facilities, et cetera, but only that type of project would have the $4 million maximum. Any other, sorry, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. John Blanchard, Salina. Once again, thank you, Commissioner Longbine. I think you make a really good argument. We have a tough budget coming up. We always do. We got bailed out by a lot of COVID funds, but those aren't going to last forever. I stood up opposed to the $4 million last time, but in support of the 2.5, as I think some others have been. Just a couple of reasons why I find it troubling is that the conversation last time was about moving it up to 4 million because, well, maybe the price of things went up. And I seem to recall there being an awful lot of discussion around what the private group was providing, what the city was providing, and what the school district and everybody else did is what they did. But when you change the charter ordinance for the transient guest tax, you told everybody it was to raise $4 million and that would take a certain amount of time. And now you're talking about raising that $4 million plus the $1.6 million you've already given in cash. So I think it doesn't take a stretch for some people to figure that there's a little bit of bait and switch that went on there. And I think that the compromise that Commissioner Longbine is offering of an additional $500,000 is more than adequate to compensate for any additional inflation or so on over the total $4 million, because now it would be, $4.6 million instead of $6.6 million. So I would just ask that you, Mayor, you're probably the only one that's really open-minded on this one, so I would ask you personally that you consider the wisdom of Commissioner Longbine's argument there, and thank you very much.
I just want to get some clarification that I needed, and city manager may be the only one with it on the tip of his tongue. The $4 million that we committed to through the transient guest tax, was that identified, linked to specific project?
Yeah,
or
we
scope?
raised we raised the transient guest tax in an effort to create a revenue stream to fund the $4 million. There was also conversation about concern about ongoing maintenance costs, replacement of turf, whether funds would be available beyond that first phase of development. And then in your strategic planning, we had conversations about what the future transient guest tax looked like, whether it would raise the full $4 million. So we identified $1.5 million from fund balance that could go towards it, and $2.5 million from transient guest tax. That portion would be the debt finance portion, because rather than wait for the transient guest tax revenue to come in, we're trying to finance it on the front end. So as part of your 2021 strategic planning, the governing body said let's commit an additional 1.5 so that we know that transient guest tax will be sufficient to cover the remainder. So that,
And we've not added any new projects?
no, the scope hasn't changed. We're still kind of trying to work through cost estimating as it relates to, there was some conversation about turfing outfields. The plan is just to turf infields, backstops, dugouts, drainage. We rolled bathroom work into the park master plan, although we are also looking at a kind of a Connex prefab bathroom on the north end, where right now we have had to place porta-johns. But scope hasn't really changed. We're trying to finalize budget numbers.
Now, the north bathroom is included in the current scope or not?
That's our intention, yes. We have to identify the number of plumbing fixtures we can afford in that unit.
Do we have any large outstanding wish list items? And the reason I'm asking is that this is probably the last chance to finance a lot of stuff at one time. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure there's nothing that we're
One of the
leaving
big
out
ticket
that-
items is trying to address the drainage issue at Berkeley Family Recreation Area. As you may recall, all those fields are butted up against the edge of pavement for the old runway, so it just kind of runs right onto the field. So staff identified it internally, came up with a possible solution. We're working with the designer to have them verify whether they believe it's viable, but that's kind of a big ticket item, but a big need to be addressed as well. But that's, our initial plan was that was in the $4 million.
Do we have any other way to finance that?
Park master plan, or, if it turns out that transient guest tax performs better and we have only debt financed $2.5 million, then you'd have possibly some future revenue from the transient guest tax.
Okay, and was there any even remote ballpark figure of what that drainage?
My recollection is staff
Judging by what?
I think staff
Being able-
estimated about 200,000, but that's correct. We have to get it designed and bid.
Yeah, that's correct, about $200,000. And we do expect to have a design contract or engineering design services contract to you by the end of the month for turf, bathrooms, and Burford drainage as well. So you'll be able to at least see the front end on the engineering side, and then once we bid it, we'll know what the actual dollar amounts are.
And in part, we were trying to run this recognizing there's a 60-day time frame so that authority was in place by the time we get the design and the bids in, and then we can hit the ground running.
I'm not wedded to the idea of $4 million, but I am wedded to the idea of if we're going to upgrade our facilities and fix them, I'd like to do it right the first time and be done with it.
But staff
Because it's unlikely we're going to come back here and ask for another $1 million next year for stuff we knew we had to do this year.
Well, staff's still working from the scope that was associated with that $4 million project, still trying to hit a $4 million budget, but at a minimum, we aren't proposing a scope increase other than what inflationary pressures might do to the budget.
But we know we need to do the drainage. I mean, that's
Yes,
been
that
an
was-
issue.
But we had that in the scope to begin with. If the design passes muster and the bids come in, okay.
All right. I'd like to leave some wiggle room for the bids and contingencies. Otherwise, I mean.
Sure.
It's easier to get it all now than.
Right.
scrounge
I
around
understand
for
your
it.
point. I think you've moved from staff answering questions to
Right.
governing body deliberation.
Discussion, agreed. Any other questions? Comments? I'm going to open public comment, but anything
Well,
before
I
that?
do have a comment. You know, I grew up on those fields in the summertime. They're a big part of my upbringing. I coached on those fields. My son played on those fields in the summer, and, you know, maybe I'm personally connected to them in a way, but the constant feedback I get from the circles of people who coach and who are involved in youth sports is that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and money needs to be spent on those fields. And I've been hearing that for even prior to my time and working with the city. And I kind of stand with what I said last week as well. I mean, I think I'm good with the $4 million.
Commissioner Hop?
No comment.
One of the questions, was the lighting issue at Bill Burke settled, the upgrades, because there was some question of.
Yeah, there's one field that's not lit, and that is not in the scope.
I think the lighting issues that were discussed by Baseball Enterprises were those at Dean Evans, actually.
Oh, yes, you're right. The Dean Evans project.
And Matson.
That budget fell short, and so there were not lighting upgrades made at Dean Evans.
Yeah.
I do have one more question. So hypothetically, the $4 million is approved and we don't spend it all. Where do we go where does it go after that excess?
Well, if we put the project out to bid and we don't need the $4 million, we wouldn't debt finance it, so there really wouldn't be money to be spent. It would just be taking out a smaller loan, essentially. And this is all predicated on $1.5 million out of general fund reserve and $2.5 million debt financed with transient gas tax revenue to total the 4.
So the pressure on us would be to negotiate a low price so we pay less.
The timeline on this, is it to commence as soon as this season concludes?
You want to take that?
Yeah, we're going to try to do it as quickly as possible after the season. So we're trying to have a design engineered firm on board with us by the end of the month. They'll do design and submit the bids, and hopefully by August, late August, we'll be able to do something. Probably the bathroom work will begin more quickly, and then just depending on weather, we'll see what we can do with the turf.
Procedural question for the city manager. Does an amendment on the second reading have to pass by the same supermajority?
Yes.
Okay. All right. In that case, we are ready for a motion.
Mayor, I will move we approve Charter Ordinance 41 on second reading with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate, capping this at $3 million.
Is there a
If
second?
I may,
I'm sorry.
Mayor, I think procedurally, inasmuch as that constitutes a motion. Well, I'm sorry. I take that back. I think that does stand as an appropriate motion.
So just for clarification, may I suggest that you're striking the reference to 4 million as the maximum in project category I and replacing it with 3 million? Correct?
Correct.
So just so we're on record as to the edit that needs to be made to the document.
I need to read the motion again.
Which paragraph? Okay, that would be in section
Section 2, subsection 5
Yep.
will be edited to read a maximum of 3 million under each of project category I.
Is there a second? Okay,
Mayor?
yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good. No, that would fail for a lack of a second.
Mayor Davis, I move we approve Charter Ordinance number 41 on second reading.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve Charter Ordinance 41 as was passed last week. All in favor, say aye.
I think that we need a roll.
I'm
Need a
sorry.
roll call.
Thank you. You know, I knew I was going to mess that up one of these weeks. Could we have a
Yes.
roll call?
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine,
Nay.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. So that motion carries 4-1. We will move on to 6.2.
Item 6.2, Salina Airport Authority Air Service Update.
Hi there.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and Commissioners. I was going to start out this evening providing an update of kind of a review of scheduled air service for Salina, Kansas that started in the late 1940s. I don't think I'm going to start there. I'll just move up to 2022 and let you then answer questions. As the Commission is aware, we are in proceedings with the U.S. Department of Transportation. And the one highlight is that since the late 1940s, scheduled air service has involved either the determinations of air carrier selection or determination of air carrier service that's involved either the Civil Aeronautics Board, which is the predecessor to the United States Department of Transportation. At the present time, due to a filing by SkyWest Airlines in March, a notice to terminate service at Salina, which is a procedural process that's within the existing Essential Air Service Program, the U.S. DOT asked for proposals for a replacement air carrier. Those proposals were initially due on April 11th. Those proposals are now due on this coming Wednesday, May 11th. There's been a lot of activity going on in the recent weeks. Since March, in the last almost 30 days now. And on May 11th, it is expected that one air carrier will submit a proposal suggesting interest in serving Salina, Kansas with regional jets, 50-seat regional jets. That proposal, that carrier would be Key Lime Air out of the Denver area, operating as Denver Air Connection. We do have further guidance from the United States Department of Transportation that the community can consider that proposal in light and as compare that to the existing SkyWest Airlines service that's provided currently operating as United Express with regional jet service, daily regional jet service. Until that proposal is received by the U.S. DOT on the 11th, we really don't know what Key Lime will actually propose. We have an indication of what that will be. The U.S. Department of Transportation will send out that proposal received. Copy will come to the city of Salina, the Mayor Davis, and to the Salina Airport Authority. What I'd like to do is offer a plan going forward as how we handle that information and compare a potential Key Lime Air proposal with the current SkyWest service and the current SkyWest Essential Air Service contract, the CEOs of the city, county, chamber, economic development organization, and myself, we meet once a month on a Thursday afternoon. Coming up here was the meeting for May. Would like to have the group look at those proposals and then do an assessment and then provide some feedback back to the respective bodies and groups. Would like to schedule consideration of proposals, if received, and also the current SkyWest service in a public setting at the Airport Authority's board meeting at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, May 18th. The U.S. DOT would like to have community comments back by Friday of that week, the Friday of May 20th. Community comments are a factor, but the U.S. DOT makes the final determination on the air carrier to provide service in the community. There's 28 other communities going through this process at this time, and we do feel that Salina is seen as one of the top markets that is being considered, and we do believe that SkyWest will eventually rescind the notice to terminate service at Salina and will want to continue serving the community going forward. That is definitely one of the options and one of the expectations that we will see as this process plays out. We do know that which carrier that continues or will serve Salina will be doing so in a situation where there's still a national-wide pilot shortage, an extreme shortage of pilots that's putting a strain on ability to schedule flights. Many communities are going to be faced with either no service or one flight per day. It's going to be hard for even a new carrier to come into a market like Salina, even if it's a smaller carrier, and draw and have enough pilots to operate the service. So we're careful of that, we're watching for that, and that will be a consideration as we go through this process. Be glad to answer any questions that the commission may have at this time, but we'll keep you posted through the city manager's office on the process that will occur in the coming days.
Tim, just as clarification, through this process, there's no formal action required of the city commission, the governing body.
Right.
The Airport Authority has the opportunity to provide feedback regarding the proposals?
That would be the purpose of, through the city manager's office, you all will receive, the copies of the proposals received, or what has received, and would probably suggest that then you can provide your comments back to to City Manager Scraig or to me. The public chance for public comment would be at the Airport Authority's board meeting on Wednesday, the 18th, and we'll publish that, ask for any public comments at that point in time. We'll assemble those comments and then see if there's a consensus that we can discern from the community and communicate that back to the U.S. DOT.
Okay. So folks should keep making their summer vacation plans.
I would encourage everybody to continue booking their flights out of Salina. Book early and book often, though there will be a tight summer for travel throughout the system. American Airlines, Delta Airlines, United, Southwest, all are having difficulties with pilots. Schedules are going to be very tight connection, be less selection for flights during the summer, but book the flight, and I think our citizens, Saline County and North Central Kansas can I can safely say we will have regional jet service, for our region for the rest of this year, well into next year.
Do you happen to know if Denver Air Connection would operate as a subsidiary or an association with one of the larger airlines, like SkyWest does with United now?
It's a very good question, and at this point, I would be able to, the information that's available to us now is no, they would not be able to operate on the same level as SkyWest does as United Express. Okay. That option is not available to them, and that is actually one of the very, and you'll see I'll send out, and you'll have available an example of the kind of the assessment factor or matrix to assess that, and that code share or that affiliation with a major airline is a key factor. Would be highly weighted against, in our favor, that airline, that any provider that has that type of affiliation, to have that connectivity through a hub throughout a system like United.
And the comment process, how do we participate in that?
Oh, well, I'll work that out with the city manager's office here and we'll figure that out on Thursday afternoon. You'll get that, and I would suggest maybe that Mike sends it out to you and you get information back to Mike.
Yeah, I think we'll have a summary, we'll have a recommendation. I can certainly share that with you. If you concur with the recommendation, it's kind of an indication of where the process is headed. If we need to deliberate further, let me know, and we can get you together as a body to deliberate and provide alternate feedback if need be.
We will have Air Service Consultant Gary Foss available for the Airport Authority's board meeting on Wednesday, May 18th. And so, again, you'll be welcome to listen in on that meeting and listen to the discussion at that time also. That is a public meeting. Welcome to join in and participate.
All right.
Should SkyWest rescind the withdrawal, would there really be any discussion about this? Would they have the top?
Another good question, and that would be something if they could rescind, and the USDOT has confirmed SkyWest can rescind their notice to terminate at any time. And the question is, at what time would they do that? So that's something we're, in the next 48 hours or so, we're waiting to see if that.
Yeah,
if that
so
will occur.
unless that happens, Key Lime is pretty much the only one on the table.
Well, no. The USDOT has said the community can look at for example, a proposal from Key Lime Air, compare that to the existing SkyWest. SkyWest does not have to submit a new proposal. We can compare the Key Lime proposal against the existing SkyWest Airlines contract that they currently are in, and then express an interest. And but somewhere along the line, SkyWest would have to rescind their notice to terminate before the USDOT makes a determination and does a air carrier selection. If that, it's almost a quasi-judicial process that's still in process, that has a docket, has filing and procedures involved that makes it difficult to give sometimes a yes or no answer.
Okay.
But that's all at play.
Right. Thank you.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting your turn in the long meeting.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to development business.
Item, excuse me, item 7.1, approve ordinance number 22-11112 on first reading, approving an amended PC5 district on a 44-acre tract of land located on the west side of South 9th Street, north of Waterwell Road.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We have 3 land use applications for you to consider this evening related to property that's located on the west side of South 9th Street, north of Waterwell Road. And most of the activity in this area dates back to 1999, when Long-McArthur Ford announced that they were relocating from North Santa Fe out to a location on South 9th Street. And the city was not really prepared for that from a utility standpoint, so there was a South 9th Utility Master Plan and Benefit District that was put together, and then a South 9th Street Corridor Overlay District was created to help guide future development in the area. And the first request for development was considered in late 1999, and that was a request by Long-McArthur Ford to rezone 30 acres on the west side of South 9th Street from agricultural to Plan C5 for the location of a new automobile dealership. And that was approved by the City Commission in March of 2000. That was followed up by a site development plan for Marshall Motors directly to the south of the Long-McArthur dealership. And then in 2019, you can see on the aerial or the map there, the awkward line that runs through the property at an angle, and that was based on ownership of that, north of that line by KDOT for interstate ramps that predated the Schilling Road interchange. And so that property was acquired in 2008 by Long-McArthur Ford. And in 2019, you reviewed a proposal to rezone the northern portion to allow for an electronic changeable copy advertising sign. That advertising sign was approved in June of 2019, and that sign is in place as a digital billboard along the interstate there. So the request before you this evening is to fully develop this property in 2019. The only use put forward was the advertising sign, and now MacArthur Enterprises is ready to fully develop the property. And so right now, the only use that's allowed on that northern portion there is the advertising sign. So they have filed this application, and the purpose is to create a unified zoning district for everything that you see in that shaded area, which is a little over 44 acres. And so they're requesting to have the same zoning, the full range of uses allowed on everything in that shaded area. And their application has two components. The first component is requesting an amended PC5 district to allow all the permitted uses throughout the full 44 acres. And the second application is a specific site development plan for a proposed quick lane auto service center that would be located on a newly platted lot. So the southern portion that is where Marshall Motors and Long-McArthur Ford, all the uses allowed in the overlay district are allowed here. Only an advertising sign is allowed here, and so the plan is to make that an entire unified district. So they're requesting Plan C5 with full uses throughout, which would be consistent with what is the zoning that's in place up and down that corridor. This parcel below right here, the home automotive, we haven't had a chance to change our map yet, but you approved a rezoning for that property to the same Plan C5 and also recommended approval of a change for a Mark Augustine project at this location. So this is the same zoning classification that you recently approved for those. The applicant's also requesting approval of a site development plan for a quick lane auto service center. That would be a 14,000 square foot building with an automobile service center and 12 service bays. The service facility would be oriented to face South 9th Street. The overhead doors would face south and north. The building is 74 feet wide facing the street. It's 27 feet tall. It would have split face concrete block facade out towards the front, and then the rear portion would be ribbed metal siding. The color scheme is light gray above, or light gray below and dark gray above, with some yellow banding to identify the building. In terms of access and circulation, the plan is to create a median break on South 9th Street and create an east-west access road that would provide access into the site, and that would provide access from 9th Street here, would be a private frontage road here that would connect to future development here, and also provide access to a future lot here. They've also submitted signage plans and landscape plans with their proposal. So the Planning Commission reviewed this application at their April 19th meeting. They voted to recommend that a unified Plan C5 zoning district be created for the entire parcel with a number of conditions attached to that. One of which was that a final site development plan for all building sites will be submitted to and approved by the Planning Commission prior to issuance of any building permits. So in addition to tonight's action on the quick lane, they would have to come back with final site plans for the other sites as they were developed. The second recommendation the Planning Commission had and brought to you was to recommend approval of the proposed site development plan for the quick lane service center, and they recommended approval of that with a number of conditions that are highlighted in the report, and those are incorporated into the ordinance that's before you tonight. So if you concur with the Planning Commission's recommendations, the attached ordinance rezoning this 44-acre tract to a unified Plan C5 zoning district should be approved. And if you approve of the proposed site development plan, that would also be incorporated into your first reading this evening. And if those are approved, then second reading would be scheduled to occur next week on the 16th. And the alternative, if you disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, you could return this item together with your reasons for disagreeing back to them with 3 affirmative votes from the Commission, or you could overturn the recommendation and vote to deny the application with 4 affirmative votes. So the way that it's been set up, in most cases, the site development plan would be reviewed independently by the Planning Commission, but since this is part and parcel of the request to rezone the property, the City Commission is the reviewing body for this particular site development plan. And so if you approve the attached ordinance, that is approving the site plan as well, so that can be done in a single motion. We wanted to note that there's a presumption in the Planned Commercial District regulations that the Planning Commission will be the final reviewer of individual site plans unless the City Commission reserves that final authority in the ordinance rezoning the property. So we wanted to point out that the attached ordinance makes the Planning Commission the reviewer of future site plans, but if you want to reserve that authority to yourselves, then that would require modifying the wording of the ordinance to make the City Commission the reviewing body. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have. We do have the project architect, Charles Renz, here if you have questions about the Quick Lane Service Center.
Right. Start with Commissioner Hoppick. Commissioner Linkowitz. Right. Commissioner Longbine. That was fast. Any public comment? Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Davis, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11112 on first reading, rezoning a 44-acre tract to a unified PC5 zoning district and approving the proposed site development plan for a new quick lane service center.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11112 as read on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thanks for coming. Didn't have to do any work, but thanks for coming. Okay. And sitting through all this. 7.2.
This is a companion item to the action that you just took, and what we're doing with this item is, you can see in your packet, there's a Long-McArthur Addition, and then there's a Long-McArthur Addition number 2, and they are separated by this awkward diagonal line that is a product of the KDOT right-of-way that existed there prior. And so from a layout standpoint and laying out the productive use of the property, this is a really awkward line. And so the goal of our replat is to square this off back here, get rid of this line, and merge this all into one subdivision with actual rectangular lots. And so in the mid-1990s, when there was a full interchange at Schilling Road constructed, KDOT abandoned these slip ramps that used to be in this location, but there were title issues involved with that, and those weren't resolved until 2008. And so what happened was that the northern portion of that, the slip ramp area, reverted to Mr. Norm Riffle, who developed a Riffle Addition number 2, where you see the Hilton Garden Inn, and then the southern portion reverted to MacArthur Enterprises. And so we did a kind of a holding plat in 2019 to allow for the electronic sign, and this is the real replat to allow full development of the property. So the application is to combine these two subdivisions into an actual rectangular subdivision plat, and we're talking about the same 44 acres. It's subdivided into 7 lots, 5 are for development, 2 are set aside for stormwater detention ponds. The proposed lot 2 in the corner here is for Marshall Motors, this lot for Long-McArthur Ford. This lot was the lot just discussed with the Quick Lane Service Center. This is designed for future development. This is designed for future development. The north lot, lot 7, is smaller than it actually appears because Evergy came along recently and condemned an 80-foot easement here for high voltage transmission lines and took the north 80 feet of that property out of the ability to develop. So you may or may not know that there is we've completed 4 phases, but there's a phase 5 to the South 9th improvement project, and that phase 5 extends from Riffle Drive to Berg Road, which is on the east side of 9th Street opposite Long-McArthur Ford. That project's been designed, but the timing is unknown, but those improvements are not the responsibility of the property owner or developer. And so there's 3 existing curb cuts and 2 additional curb cuts proposed, a right-in, right-out curb cut here and a full median break and curb cut in that location. There's no internal public streets in the subdivision and no internal street names. In 1999, there was a major utility project that brought water down the east side of 9th Street and sewer down the west side. So they're going to have to bore under 9th Street and bring water across from the east side. And then the sewer is already existing on the west side. So in terms of easements, we pointed out there's a large 80-foot Evergy easement that crosses the north end of Lot 7. There's a 20-foot utility easement around the perimeter of the internal lots to accommodate public water and sewer line extensions. There's a drainage easement for the detention pond, and then the private frontage roads will be in shared access easements. So the main responsibility for the developer will be constructing accel and decel lanes and a driveway culvert and median break in South 9th Street. They'll be responsible for constructing stormwater detention ponds, and they'll be responsible for the cost of bringing water under 9th Street and over to their property on the west side. In terms of phasing, Lot 6, the Quick Lane site, will be developed first. I did want to note on page 7 of your report, because KDOT was resistant to being special assessed back in 1999, there was essentially a cost recovery fee or hookup fee that was levied against the KDOT right-of-way, and the portion of that attributable to the Riffle property has been paid, but there is a remaining unpaid portion applicable to the northern part of the Long-McArthur tract, and that dollar amount is $66,615 plus accrued interest. And so that is something that is reimbursement to the city for the cost of extending those water lines that we could not special assess. So in terms of fiscal impact to the city, the only real impact will be ongoing maintenance of public water and sewer lines that are extended and accepted for city maintenance. So the Planning Commission also reviewed this plat at its April 19th meeting. They voted 5-0 to approve the proposed replat with the 5 conditions that you see identified on page 8 of your report. And so if you concur with their action, a motion should be made to accept the offered easement and restricted access dedications and authorize the mayor to sign the replat on behalf of the city. In the alternative, you could decline to accept those offered dedications and return this plat to the Planning Commission, stating your reasons for not wishing to accept those dedications. So with that, we have the Derek Lee representing MacArthur Enterprises and the project architect still here if you have questions about the plat portion. But these 2 items go hand in glove. The plat is preparing the building lots for development for the planned commercial activity.
I think I'll start to the right. Commissioner Longbine? Commissioner Ryan?
Nothing.
Commissioner Lankiewicz? Hoppy? Right. Any questions, comments from the public? All right, bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Davis, I move the city commission concur with the action of the planning commission and accept the offered easement and restricted access dedications and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city of Salina.
I'll second that.
Moved in second to accept the offered easement and restricted access dedications as described. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Right. Move to other business.
I have none.
The only thing I would add is, because we discussed it when we were discussing the 9th Street property, but would ask that we make sure the animal shelter goes out and visits the 615 South 9th Street and
Yep, understood.
see what, I
sent
just
an
didn't
email
want
as
it
the
to get
meeting was
lost
going
in our
on.
conversation, so mainly since we had a citizen come forward with that, so.
Right. And I've had citizens ask me how we select which houses become dangerous structures, and they'll tell me about a house that's in real bad shape in the neighborhood, and similar to the picture that I referenced here, does the Neighborhood Services Inspection Agency respond to comments, or are they
Certainly.
riding around complaints, or?
They do driving inspections. They make assessments between kind of, as Mr. Pilcher said earlier, what constitutes a code violation and what rises to a dangerous structure. But then we certainly also field input from neighbors, citizens, people in the area. So if there's one in particular, please let us know.
All right, so if they were just riding around, going to one place and saw another one?
Neighborhood services, you mean?
Yeah, or
Correct,
or the
yes.
building inspector?
Yep.
They could on their own initiate
Yes.
the complaint? Okay.
Yeah, I had a comment on the 9th Street property that, no, it was the Santa Fe property, being in the historical district, that it was perceived it was because of the way it looks. And I explained that, no, it was a dangerous structure. And there's a difference. A lot of houses don't look so great, but this is ready to collapse.
Yeah, that is a very good point. In fact, as we adopted the International Property Maintenance Code, we spent a lot of time looking at it in light of Kansas cases, and there's a very clear distinction between peeling paint aesthetics and to the point that it's not protected from the elements rotting and becoming structurally dangerous. And so it is, in the information that you had, there's some predetermined criteria that that identify what constitutes dangerous.
And I think a lot of citizens' complaints are about junk in the backyard, junk in the porch, junk in the front yard, cars in the front yard. Those are more property maintenance.
They are, same staff essentially that handles those as well, recognizing that, that's been a conversation before. We've been having conversations with staff to provide the governing body an update in general, and I don't remember the number of notices that we send, but it's pretty sizable, as well as then provide an update on the dangerous structure process. So kind of need to get through our budget study sessions, but staff's working on a presentation on this topic.
Okay, thank you. All right, now move to citizens.
I have another comment, Mayor. I visited Jerry Ivy Park over the weekend, and I haven't heard the latest algae report, but until that is resolved, I feel we should keep that fence up until the algae situation's resolved. I perceive it as unsafe, and if there's a fence there, people are going to be less apt to feed the ducks.
We certainly can do that, and as far as resolution, it's been an extended amount of time now that we've had algae bloom. The most recent report I saw that was this morning from KDHE. I don't know the timing of KDHE's correspondence, but their assessment was we continue to have algae to the point of at least needing to be a warning, which is kind of one of the steps in the gradient there. But we certainly can do that. I think I've shared with some of you, well, to give you a little bit more of a report, staff pumped out about 500,000 gallons of water out of Jerry Ivy Pond, found half a dozen trash cans, our own trash cans at the bottom, and not much else that I know of. We captured the ducks. They were domesticated to the point they couldn't fly. They could maybe clear the fence but couldn't fly away either from atrophy or I don't know. They're
too fat.
So they were relocated. We then filled the pond with well water, and I've personally been driving by there on a regular basis, and there might be a slightly lighter shade of greenish brown today than it was before, but no noticeable improvement. Meanwhile, we've had conversations about Jerry Ivy Pond and solutions before, and the consultant that we used that reported to the governing body previously really didn't have a whole lot of expertise when we got down to treatment technology, budgeting, design. So we backed up a step and said, we want a subject matter expert. We hope that we've got one identified. Actually, going to have a Zoom meeting with them next week, but I think I've shared with some of you, I want an objective assessment from that designer, from a designer, what is the right long-term solution and how much does it cost? We've kind of taken a community poll, and understandably everybody wants to keep a water feature of some sort, but without knowing the cost and the ongoing operations of that, that's not a fully informed decision. So trying to get there, and then also trying to identify alternatives in terms of possible water features that won't grow algae, and it's possible to treat the water, and maybe the water volume is not nearly as much. So we're trying to work our way through that. The immediate issues with Jerry Ivy Pond are both the algae, and then it's just kind of reached the end of its useful life in terms of those stacked bags of sackcrete that were the walls that it was built with to begin with. So,
But it is fenced at this time. I remember driving down Ohio over the weekend, and I saw a lot of orange.
Yeah, it's got
in
the
there.
orange construction fence.
Orange construction fence.
we can certainly keep it fenced, and I don't want to create false hope. We don't have any reason to believe the algae bloom is going, other than natural causes, which would most likely be a freeze, which we've already passed that opportunity. We don't have any reason to think that algae issue is going to go away.
Well, I think if we do keep the fence up, eventually something's going to get done.
We are working on that and committed to bringing you back some options for an informed decision.
All right, Mr. Mann will come on up and get the Citizens Forum session started.
Norman Randall, Salina, Kansas. KDWPT just announced it is a hazard, Jerry Ivy Park, and there's a issue in Wyandotte County, so it is current. So It's a health issue, it's a liability issue.
Bless you.
So why has the city been taking so long to correct this? We keep pushing it back, pushing it back.
I don't have anything to add to the comments I previously made.
Okay.
Well, probably the short answer, if we empty it out, Mother Nature just fills it back. So we still get the same.
I'm sorry?
If we can empty it, but Mother Nature's going to fill it up with something. And we'll be back in this. We happen to fill it up this time ourselves, but
I'll hold you to that, Mother Nature doing it.
she fixes things eventually, right?
Good afternoon. Once again, last week, John Blanchard, last week I was here and I asked you guys about staffing levels at the Salina Police Department. And I quoted a couple numbers that had been bantered about. And the main part of what I was trying to ask you, what I did ask you, was that do you feel like the numbers that we're out there with six officers on patrol are safe for the city of Salina, a size of the city of Salina? And so we're still there. So I just want to say this. Thank you, Mr. Longbine, for sending me an unsolicited email response about my concerns that I brought up. I greatly appreciate that, and it showed a really good thing on your part to reach out. Also, I got a call from the chief of police talking about the numbers, and it wasn't about the numbers. I asked you guys, do you think this community is safe? And I'm going to ask you that right now, too. Who thinks this city is safe? Show of hands, out of the 5 of you.
Depending on what you're comparing it to. But,
Well, we don't all live across the street from the
wait.
chief of police, Mayor.
But I'm not going to sit here and start mass hysteria by suggesting that this is a lawless, ruthless city either.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you were aware, but we had multiple shootings over multiple days over the weekend and another homicide. We also had one about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So I think there are a lot of people that are on edge, and I think they have every right to be. All of you have the privilege of living in neighborhoods that are extremely safe. Okay? I live in a neighborhood where my 90-year-old neighbor is afraid because they have squatters next door in a house that's similar to the ones that you all looked at today. You people don't deal with that on a daily basis. My neighbors and I do. I walk out and mow my lawn. I'm picking up used syringes and broken beer bottles and broken liquor bottles. Okay? Now, I only have 3 minutes, and I waited here 2.5 hours. So I've been off social media for 2 years. I probably need to go back on. But I just want to share a timeline with you guys. In May of 2018, the city commissioned a retention and recruitment study done by the Employers Resource Group. Are any of you familiar with that study? Well, 3 of you should be because you were here in 2018. Okay? That was May. In September, the study was completed. In November, that study was delivered to the chief of police. And in December, it was delivered to you, the mayor, and you. My question is, did the city manager forward a copy of that 18-page study to the new commissioners so that when there's talk out in the community about how safe things are and whether or not they're safe enough and whether or not there are things that we could do and whether or not there have been follow-up on the retention study? There are some things in this study that, quite frankly, are troubling. And this study was done almost 4 years ago. We've known that these problems have existed prior to that. I was on this commission from 2013 to 2018. We've known that we've had problems before. Okay? I asked last week, can we start a conversation about this? What can we do? Can we start it tonight? I'm going to ask you again, and I'm probably going to come back next week and ask you again. When are we going to start a public conversation about this and not have it over Facebook or Twitter or whatever? Mrs. Mai asked last week, can we have a town hall meeting or something to that effect? I'd like you guys to start taking this seriously because I tell you what, in the neighborhoods that are core to the downtown, which we've dumped a whole lot of money into, and we have a whole lot of kids and tourists coming into, I don't think people feel real safe for a number of different reasons, but one of them is that they're not quite sure this city is as safe as it could be. So can we, I'm just going to ask you point blank, you're the mayor, I'm a concerned citizen. Can we have a public meeting about this sometime in the next 3-4 weeks? Can we schedule something?
We would have to define what this is first. But we can discuss it after the meeting, just so we give other people a chance to talk.
Okay,
But-
well, I will do that, but in the meantime,
But we are not unaware of the problems we have as far as staffing.
okay, because it's, as we spend a lot of money on housing, and as, I tell you what, it's going to cease to be concerned citizens, and it's going to be concerned business owners that can't recruit employees, because people don't want to move to a city that has safety issues or the perceptions that it's non-safe. The best way for us to nip this in the bud
Best way
is
nip
to
it in
have
the
a,
bud
is to get, to have a town hall meeting.
is to attack those social issues that create the desire for drugs. That's where you nip this in the bud. Families, early education. What police go after is the tail of the comet. Until we
This is not a complaint about the police department. I'm a supporter of the police
talking about
department.
what we can do as citizens.
I'm asking, can you look into this report that was done and completed in 2018? Can you ask the city manager to give updates on what's been done to improve the situation? Because we've got a lot of people out there that say, that if you read the report, would say things have gotten much worse.
I will have the city manager send us a copy. Each of
Okay,
us a copy.
well, hope the two of you will ask for that copy, for that study.
But he sends the one he sends to all five.
Well, you guys three already got it back in December of 2018.
And we're not going to remember that. That's 4
Okay,
years ago.
well, it's got a lot of good information. I thank you for the extended time, Mayor.
I'm going to ask for 5 minutes since he got it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Chad Farber, City of Salina. I still want to bring up that we are missing a marketing opportunity out at Billburg Park. There was a tournament there this weekend, and from what I was told, there were 31 teams in that tournament. And when I drove by several times, there were children everywhere out there, and every one of them had a cell phone, and they were taking pictures, and they were texting. It would be an excellent opportunity for us to put some type of marketing out there about Salina, about our softball fields, baseball fields, what have you. So I think that would be, again, I'm bringing that up for you. Also, next week, May 18th, there will be a law enforcement memorial ceremony at Jerry Ivy Park that we were just discussing, and that's in ceremony or in tandem with the week of celebrating law enforcement and law officers, and it's going to be in memorial of our 4 Salina officers who have given their lives in the line of duty. Officer Stonebreaker back in 1917, Officer Carson in 1920, Officer Eaton in 1942, and Officer Jerry Ivy in 1975. And with that in mind, I want to piggyback onto what Mr. Blanchard was saying. There are a lot of concerned citizens in Salina having to do with the crime rate. Crime continues to increase. Our jail population continues to increase. We're unveiling new statues downtown at the same time. There are homeless individuals that are going down there and making some of our downtown boutiques and businesses and artwork unattractive because of what is taking place down there. And, you know, I mentioned last week that I had gotten comments about the charter ordinance, or maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, and it was almost scoffed at that, you know, I hadn't heard any of these opportunities or any of these questions come up. There seems to be a perception that this board is separate from the citizens of Salina. They don't have a voice in this board. And again, I would love for us to schedule some of those, whether it's called a town hall or a meeting to North 9th area. They need a voice in what is going on. There's crime up in that area. I said North 9th, the north part of Salina in that area. So I would love and encourage you as a board to set up some of those meetings. Mr. Blanchard said within the next 3 or 4 weeks. I'm not going to put a timeline on you. But as I think somebody else mentioned tonight, when there's a deadline involved, it does speed up the process. So I would encourage some type of communication both ways between the Salina citizens and its representatives here. Thank you. I didn't take 5 minutes.
Good idea. Well, you're well-spoken and good idea. Appreciate it. Good ideas. In fact, we have to get to visit Salina folks, whoever else can market for the city. Yes, sir.
Dalton McDowell, City of Salina. So I don't know if you guys are aware, but as of recently, you guys have put several bids out on the open for anybody, any contractor to bid. And you're having nobody's bidding on some of these. And if they are, it's astronomical amount. There was one bid out for dirt moving, whatever. You got one bid. It was over $100,000 for 2,000 tons of, or 2,000 yards of soil to be moved from one location to another. The way you guys do your contracts are running contractors away. When I can go to Wichita and I don't have to be the lowest bidder to win a contract, Wichita is a perfect example of how you guys should do your dang contracts. Your contracts now go the lowest bidder. Well, just drive by and go down South 9th, go down where your easements are at, and look how the lowest bid gets you. When you start using the lower bidder, you get more problems. Ohio Street overpass was literally mowed last week once I complained. They mowed it Friday. That's the first time it's been mowed all year. It looks nice now, but I believe it's every 2 weeks it's supposed to be mowed. That's off the top of my head. But you guys do need to change your bidding procedures on how you're doing this. You can't get people to bid. Yes, I know we are all short on help, so that does play a factor in it. But there's some contractors that would take the city of Wichita, the city of McPherson, any other small city over the city of Salina that are local to Salina, because all the stupidity that goes in when you guys bid it, between going with the cheapest bidder, going with buddies. That crap is annoying. Technically, it's illegal to have insider bidding. So something needs to be done with your bidding process. It's a joke. Downtown looks like crap, because I was just down there yesterday. Trash cans are thrown out. There's the metal crates that the trash cans sit in are full of trash. They're screwed in to the concrete or bolted, so you have to hand unload all those cans with gloves. You've got needles down in all of them, and I know this for a fact. I've done it. Downtown, the weeds are back in the beds. Mike, why are you're looking at me like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about? I do. But downtown starts looking ridiculous.
Norman out of Salina. I can't believe I'm going to defend you guys. Because you're bound by law to take the lowest bid. Yes, they are.
There are, no conversation from back. There are exceptions to when we don't accept the low bid. But that is our general policy. All right. Anyone else want to come up? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, no objections. We are adjourned.